Blog Talk Radio.
So the Most High is going to stop the flowing of the people going into that country. Read.
Jeremiah chapter 51, the end of verse 44. Yea, the wall of Babylon shall fall. Verse 45. My people, go ye out of the midst.
Hold up, read that again.
My people, go ye out of the midst.
I think within this chapter, he said flee and get out of her around 3-4 times. Right? Read.
My people, go ye out of the midst of her, and deliver ye every man his soul from the fierce anger of the Most High AHAYAH. And let your heart faint, and ye fear for the rumor that shall be heard in the land. A rumor shall both come 1 year, and after that in another year shall come a rumor. And
wars and rumors of wars. You hearing about it, and because it's not happening, you think it's not going to happen. Read.
Verse 46, end of verse 46. And violence in the land, ruler against ruler. Verse 47. Therefore, behold, the days come that I will do judgment upon the graven images of Babylon, and her whole land shall be confounded, and all her slain shall fall in the midst of her. Then the heaven and the earth, and all that is therein, shall sing for Babylon, for the spoiler shall come unto her from the north, saith the Most High AHAYAH. As Babylon hath caused the slain of Israel to fall, so as Babylon shall fall the slain of all the earth. Ye that have escaped the sword, go away, stand not still. Remember the Most High AHAYAH afar off, and let Jerusalem come into your mind.
Listen to this clear. Ye that have escaped the sword, that means you escaped the destruction that's coming to Babylon, go away and stand not still. So when you leave, remember the power or the God, AHAYAH, afar off, and let Jerusalem come into your mind. That's looking forward, not looking back. Now let Jerusalem come into your mind. She's finished. Right? Read.
Verse 51. We are confounded, because we have heard reproach. Shame hath covered our faces, for strangers are coming to the sanctuary of the Lord's house.
Strangers have destroyed us. Strangers have destroyed our sanctuary, our belief. They destroyed our understanding so that we cannot connect to our God. They've given us their God. Baal, Satan, the dragon, Moloch. These are the gods we've been worshiping ignorantly. Jesus. Zeus. Okay, we ain't know nobody named Jesus. Total madness. And then when we wake up and understand these things, we say, well, hold up. I'm a stranger here. You dragged me here. And the Most High starts reviving us. They be like, okay, we have one who's the extremist. You're a terrorist. Read on.
Jeremiah chapter 51, verse 52. Wherefore, behold, the days come, saith the Most High AHAYAH, that I will do judgment upon her graven images.
He's going to destroy all your images and your idols. And man, if you even look at Washington, D.C., it's idol after idol, monuments of idols, obelisks, which is man's personal member. That's what an obelisk is. What's that, the Washington Monument? Idols every place. 5-pointed stars every place. For what if some did not believe? So what if you don't believe what we're teaching you? Paul asked, so what if some did not believe? Shall your unbelief make the faith of God without effect? You mean the Most High is going to stop his whole program because you don't believe something? No, you're dead. That's what you are. Okay? His program was before us. And it will be well after us. And that's for the people that's walking out there and say, well, there's wars all the time. There've always been these situations. Every few years this happens. Nothing is going to change. That's a dead man.
Shabbat Shalom, Barak Atham, Wathawada, peaceful Sabbath. Bless you all, and thank you for tuning in to another episode of Friday Night Sabbath coming out of coming out of Babylon, here for the Gathering of Christ Church, where we connect the dots of our reality and current events with the Word of God and Bible prophecy. I'm your host, brother and elder Ramar Karab. It is 7:39 p.m. Central Standard Time, October 13th, 2023, or Friday the 13th, and that may give some explanation as to such a late start, as it is almost 8 p.m. Central Standard Time, and we're just now getting started. So I do apologize for my delay here, but there's been a lot happening today. A lot of my phone has been ringing off the hook. A lot of things happening that's kind of sidetracked me to some degree, to where haven't been able to get here in the fashion and the time that I would like to. And I kind of, suspect there's a reason behind that with the information we're going to go into tonight. I believe that tonight's broadcast will be one of the most beneficial broadcasts that we've gone into when it comes to helping us, helping our people. But we'll get to that here in a moment. Always got to give all praises, honor, and glory to the Most High God, the Son, and the Holy Spirit, which is the Godhead, the AHAYAH, or the Elohim, for making it here to another Sabbath, weekly Sabbath. It's never promised day to day that we will be here. And then, of course, we make it to a Sabbath. We have an opportunity to link into the heavens, get that heavenly download and instruction from on high. And it's always a blessing to be here before you all. It's never a promise or a given. Sometimes it's a very strenuous challenge to get here with everything going on. There's a lot going on right now. But nonetheless, we are going to navigate through it all and bring you the what the Holy Spirit has prepared to be conveyed this evening on this live stream. All right. And again, the Most High God, his name in the Hebrew is AHAYAH. His son's name in the Hebrew is YASHAYA. The world knows as Jesus Christ. And the Holy Spirit, which is Rawak in the Hebrew. All right. And let me get the title for tonight's live stream, because some of you may be wondering what the title is and what it all entails. Hopefully the thumbnail will give you some idea of what we're going to be discussing this evening. The title tonight is Withstanding the Incursion of the Shedim. Withstanding the Incursion of the Shedim. All right, we're going to go into what our title is and what it's all about. A lot to discuss this evening. Before we go into it, quick announcements. As you all see, we are streaming live on Twitch this evening. Let everybody know, twitch.tv/GOCC Southwest is the URL. You can also download the Twitch app if you're using a device that has an app store. You can search GOCC Southwest on Twitch. We also have a simulcast going, Blog Talk Radio. The guest caller number, 515-605-9327, 515-605-9327. If you would like to speak, press 1. That puts you into the call queue. I will check the call lines periodically to see if there's anyone there who would like to speak, and I'll bring you in accordingly. So, all right. So let everybody know where we are this evening. Also, our main channel is on YouTube, our main hub, youtube.com/GOCC Southwest. Make sure you're subscribed there. That way, anytime we put out, schedules of, the reminder will come up on your phone letting you know that, any time of the week we could come on. Typically it's Friday, but sometimes we have come on different days. So it keeps you in the loop with notifications. Also, it has all of our platforms that we use. We use Odyssey as a backup. Twitch only keeps this stream for 7 days on this platform. So our backup content, all of our old videos, odyssey.com, GOCC Southwest. And you can find that under the About section on YouTube. You can find it under the About section here on Twitch. All of our backup content is on Odyssey. All right. We also have GOCC Media on YouTube, youtube.com/the GOCC Media, where we also stream on Fridays. We have our GOCC Fit, discussing all things health, nutrition, and fitness related content. We just had our All Things Selenium, which actually somewhat will tie in to what we're going to discuss this evening. Perfect timing with that. So we also have other content that is going up on GOCC Media as well. Other brothers that are live streaming there and have their live streams throughout the week. So make sure that you are subscribed so that you can keep up with all of that content. That is it for this platform. All right. We have the main church channel on YouTube, A Gathering 144. Make sure you subscribe there. The backup channel, GOCC NYC. Make sure you're subscribed there. And that main website for the church, gatheringofchrist.org. Okay. Everything from the holy days to the Hebrew calendar, the GOCC network. We also have our Bible in Hebrew Academy, which can be, enrolled from the main church website, or you can find out more about it. Or you can just go to historytimes.org, historytimes.org. I believe we're going into week 3 now. This week, coming up week is week 3. So for those of you who would still like to get in, it's not too late. You can always get the links for past content, all the PDFs, all of that. Go to historytimes.org, and it takes you directly to the Hebrew and Bible Academy, where you can learn more or enroll. All right. And so that concludes the announcements for this evening. Let me go ahead right back into the title once again. Withstanding the incursion of the Shedim, withstanding the incursion of the Shedim. All right. And so before we go into breaking down the title and going into that particular content, I want to actually deal with kind of the main prophecy that's happening right now. I know the elders dealt with this Wednesday and laid it out magnificently on the Wednesday broadcast, as far as a very good mentality as far as how we should be looking at what's going on in Israel right now between the Palestinians and the Israelis, Hamas and all of that, as well as edification on it. And I wanted to just briefly touch on it as well, because I know some people would like to think that we would maybe go into that this evening, but I believe Wednesday broadcast dealt with it. There's nothing really a whole lot more to be said about it. I know the elders are going to go into it on on Sunday for the academy in more detail. But I did want to share some things that came to my mind when I first saw it come across my feed. It was actually, I believe, last Friday. Last Friday, I was on Twitter, and I started seeing some things happening before it really broke out. It kind of led me to think, okay, something big is going on here. And so there were some initial things that came to my mind once the day or two after that, and everybody started buzzing about it and talking about it. And so, initially in my mind, there were certain things that came to my mind about it. And I came across, everybody's talking about it. There's a lot of information out there, but a few things I wanted to just deal with here before we go into our content for tonight, just so that we have to understand. And I'm pretty sure for a lot of you that are in our church, those that, Friday night, stuff we talk about, dealing with the media, right? We talked about Operation Mockingbird, how the media is CIA controlled. It's a CIA psychological warfare mechanism that's used on the masses to program, right? Program an agenda. That's why they call it your local programming, right? So we must always be wary when we start seeing stuff pushed through media and ask questions first as to why this is being pushed, why these things are happening. Doesn't mean that real physical things aren't going down, but there's always a narrative behind the why. And that's the part we have to be mindful of, or we can get sucked up into the emotion and the hysteria. And so we should always look with a cautious eye to not get sucked in. But some things stood out to me, and I'm going to share some information here. Not going to spend too much time on this. There's a lot more I could go into, other things people I've seen, but this comes off MiddleEastMonitor.com. Not sure how many of you all are aware of this, because it is, as the title states, under the radar. U.S. approves release of $75 million aid to Palestine. This is October 6, 2023. In a quiet move bypassing Republican obstructionism, U.S. Secretary of State Anthony Blinken has approved the release of $75 million in crucial food assistance for Palestinians just hours before the funds were set to be redistributed elsewhere. Now, this happened right before what you're seeing happening now took place. Right before the war, the conflict, the initial conflict, which has sparked all this, hadn't happened yet. So what was the U.S., who was supposed to be an ally of Israel, doing, sending $75 million in aid to Palestine moments before the conflict broke out? So again, I ask questions when I see these type of things like, oh, well, this isn't something they're talking about in mainstream, how America sent this money right before this conflict. So what is that money for? And $75 million is a lot of money. I mean, America's sending all these billions to Ukraine and sending millions to this country and now Palestinians, all the while people in America are homeless and, having trouble making, week to week paying bills, living check to check. And America, we know, has sent and sends a lot of money to Israel. So that would mean that America is sending money to both sides in all this. Well, it gets deeper. When you continue to go down the rabbit hole, what else do you see? Off of the peoplesvoice.tv, we have ex-CIA analyst confirms U.S. is supplying weapons to both sides of Israel-Hamas war. And that may confuse somebody when you have President-elect Joe Biden come out and say, we stand with Israel. We condemn what Hamas is doing. We're sending warships as a show of support for Israel with this conflict. But America sent $75 million in aid before right before it started. And an ex-CIA analyst is saying that the U.S. is supplying weapons to not only Israel, but also Hamas. So America is funding both sides, we're starting to see, with just these two articles. Funding both sides. And here's some information here. I'm not going to read it. Right? I'm not going to read it, but you will have this article, and you can actually go through this article and watch the video. The videos here on this article. You also have a video of a person doing a story on this. Hamas attack was an inside job. It was an inside job, meaning that this wasn't an organic attack. This was orchestrated and manufactured. We talk about the powers that be, or the powers of darkness. So we have to understand what is the actual, we have to get past all the political weeds that they would have us get caught up in and tangled up in. Get past all the politics to peel the layers back, to get behind the scenes and say, what would be the reason behind such an event? And then we can maybe understand what's really going on here. It's more than meets the eye. They would have us believe one thing, but actually something else is happening. Right? So I'm just giving some different angles for us to be able to look at this, as well as other outside mainstream sources where we could maybe find some people giving us some clues here to what's going on, right? So inside job, similar to what was said to be with 9/11, an inside job, that it wasn't what we were told, what happened on 9/11, that inside forces were at work that actually orchestrated and pulled that event off for a purpose. So now we're starting to talk about the Hegelian dialectic: problem, reaction, solution. So what is their solution? That's what we had to focus on, right? 2020, the solution came at the tip of a syringe. What will be the solution that comes at the end of this? Those are the questions we should be more so looking at. Then the sob story on both sides, and of course, we're not we're against war and killing and all those type of things, but we're going to go into that too here in a moment. But if it was an inside job, maybe we can find someone speaking about the backdrop to it being an inside job. So here we have Hamas was created by the U.S. and Israel. So this rabbit hole starts to get deeper and deeper the more if we go down an alternative path than the path they're trying to lead us down. And if we just simply do some research and look behind the scenes to see what's going on, we might discover what we're being told is a lie. And so if we're going to watch the video here in a moment, if Hamas was created by the U.S. and Israel, then that would also make sense with the ex-CIA analyst saying that the U.S. is supplying weapons to both sides, Israel and Hamas. And it would also make sense when the U.S. under the radar, while everybody was asleep right before it happened, approved $75 million in aid to Palestine. All right. So we're starting to see them get caught red-handed with what they're looking to do here, as far as what's really going on versus what we're being told. Something else is going on here, but this video is about 2 minutes long. Let's check this out here.
Madam Speaker, I rise in opposition to this resolution, not because I am taking sides and picking who the bad guys are and who the good guys are, but I'm looking at this more from the angle of being a United States citizen, an American. And I think resolutions like this really do us great harm. In many ways, what's happening in the Middle East, and in particular with Gaza right now, we have some moral responsibility for both sides in a way, because we provide help and funding for both Arab nations and Israel.
Now, mind you, family, you would look at this and think this is something that's happening right now, the way Ron Paul, who was a representative of Texas at one point, he's no longer a representative of Texas. This is in the past. I don't know what year this is. I'll try to get the year here in a moment. To show you that this conflict between Palestinians and Israel has been going on for a long time now. This isn't anything new. And he's also confirming that the U.S. supplies and funds both sides. They provide aid to both sides. Let's keep going here.
And so we definitely have a moral responsibility, and especially now today, the weapons being used to kill so many Palestinians are American weapons, and American funds essentially are being used for this. But there's a political liability, which I think is something that we fail to look at, because too often there's so much blowback from our intervention in areas that we shouldn't be involved in. You know, Hamas, if you look at the history, you'll find out that Hamas was encouraged and really started by Israel.
Hamas was really started and encouraged by Israel. So Hamas isn't just some grassroots Palestinian organization. What you'll find out when you do the research is Hamas is actually Mossad. The same way the mainstream media is CIA, right? These are letter groups that are controlled and created by the opposition, so that now they have controlled opposition. So they can now control events to happen when they want them to happen, so they can push narratives through media for their agenda and sinister purposes, plans, and schemes. Let's keep going here.
Because they wanted Hamas to counteract Yasser Arafat. And you said, well, yeah.
They wanted Hamas to counter Yasser Arafat, who I believe was the, if I'm not mistaken, my memory serves me right, was at one point the president of Egypt. So they were using a Muslim-controlled group to counter Egypt, which Israel and Egypt have had. They share a border, and they've had their own conflicts throughout the years. So they were used so that way Israel could, through proxy, go at Egypt. Let's keep going here.
It was better then and served its purpose, but we didn't want Hamas to do this. So then we as Americans say, well, we have such a good system, we're going to impose this on the world. We're going to invade Iraq and teach people how to be Democrats. We want free elections. So we encourage the Palestinians to have a free election. They do, and they elect Hamas. So we first, indirectly and directly through Israel, help establish Hamas. Then we have elections.
We first, directly and indirectly through Israel, helped to establish Hamas. So not only did Israel establish Hamas, but the United States had their hand in establishing Hamas. See, when you just know the little bitty details that are under the radar, as the article told us, then you'll be able to understand, you'll be able to see the glitches in the matrix and to see the devil in the details of something that's here doesn't make sense. When stuff doesn't make sense, now it's time to connect the dots so we can make it make sense. Let's keep going here.
Then Hamas becomes dominant, so we have to kill them. You know, it just doesn't make sense. During the 80s, you know, we were allied with Osama bin Laden, and we were contending with the Soviets.
Oh, and there goes that old boogeyman, Osama bin Laden. How many of y'all remember him? The one who so-called orchestrated the attacks on the Twin Towers on September 11th. What did he say about Osama bin Laden?
You know, we were allied with Osama bin Laden.
America was allied with Osama bin Laden, which was what, Al-Qaeda? So when you go down the list, Al-Qaeda, Hamas, Taliban, ISIS, on and on and on. These are U.S. Israeli created groups that they use for whatever agenda, whether it's programming the masses through their CIA controlled news, or it's getting legislation passed, like the NDAA, National Defense Authorization Act, or get their Department of Homeland Security more funding. All these different things now, when they use these groups to justify why they do what they do without any type of pushback. Well, because of ISIS, we had to pass this law. We had to take away some of your rights and freedoms to give you security in exchange. Well, we had to send this amount of money to Israel. Oh, we had to send this amount of money to Palestine. On and on and on and on. They had to justify it. Same with Ukraine. In order to justify the money, they start in the media, the psyop through the false flag. This is the reason why we're sending the money over there, so you won't question it when they start doing it. There's a reason why they have an excuse now to do it. And this is how we must understand. This is how Esau works. He works through deception. Okay, people like to think of Esau just being physical, a physical. When it comes to war, it's just physical. No, Esau's greatest tactic is his psychological warfare, his misdirection, and his ability with his hocus pocus to have you looking one way or thinking one thing and it's actually something else, and to program you in the process. For those that are the pure, the innocent, the unsuspecting, the gullible, the naive. Let's keep going here.
And we were contending with the Soviets. It was at that time our CAA thought it was good if we radicalized the Muslim world. So we financed the madrasa schools to radicalize the Muslims in order to compete with the Soviets.
Radicalize the Muslims. And what are the Muslims saying right now? Today, Friday the 13th, was supposed to be a national day of jihad, where all those in support of Hamas and the Palestinians were supposed to go out in their respective locations, cities, states, countries, and cause chaos. That's what today was supposed to be about. So it's today has been a kind of, I wouldn't say a bad day as far as, but it's kind of been a little different. I've noticed a little ripple with just being very challenging to get here in a timely fashion, our typical time, right? But you can feel the energy. Let's keep going here.
There's too much blowback. There's a lot of reasons why we should oppose this resolution. It is not in the interest of the United States. It's not in the interest of Israel either.
Let me see if I can get a date on this. This was 2009 when Ron Paul made this speech on the House floor. 2009. This was almost 15 years ago. This has been going on for a long time. So when people see this stuff happen, they think, oh, Ukraine, no. Or, oh, Palestine, no. This stuff's been going on for a long time. Oh, no, it's been going on for a long time. Every time they use the media to bring these psyops in for a particular purpose. So that way we have to understand this, so we don't initially, whenever stuff happens, we just get emotionally and hysterically caught up in the moment. The politics. Oh, look at all the innocent people dying in Israel. Look at all the innocent people dying in Palestine. It's wrong. Right? So this is my perspective on top of this angle. I'm going to go to Psalms 83. This is my perspective. And pretty much the church perspective, because the elders, I believe, did speak on this in great detail on the Wednesday broadcast. Right? Psalms 83. And verse 1 tells us, keep not thy silence, O God, hold not thy peace, and be not still, O God. For lo, thine enemies make a tumult, and they that hate thee have lifted up the head. They have taken crafty counsel against thy people and consulted against thy hidden one. So this is what we must examine. They hate the Most High, and they hate his chosen people. They've taken crafty counsel against us. Okay, we are unraveling and discovering some of the crafty counsel with what we're showing just now, how they've created Hamas and are controlling both sides. Because all in all, what you'll find out is this has more to do of coming against us than anybody else, and consulted against thy hidden one. So there's secret societies, the Freemasons, when you go to a lodge, right? And you can't get in because you don't know the secret handshake, right? You're not initiated. You can't get in to the secret council, right? The secret meetings where they're discussing how to destroy us, the children of Israel. Verse 4, they have said, come and let us cut them off from being a nation, that the name of Israel be no more in remembrance. Who is the they? We're going to see it. For they have consulted together with one consent. They are confederate against thee. So whoever the they is, they're against us on one accord, united, all together. Verse 6, the first name mentioned the tabernacles of Edom. So those Israelis that are in Israel, primarily Netanyahu and the power structure of Israel, are Edom. They're Edomites. They're sons and daughters of Esau. They're the number one leading this cabal, right? This crafty council confederation. Who is next? The Ishmaelites. We just talked about the Arabs. Those are your Arabs that Ron Paul was speaking about. Al-Qaeda, ISIS, Taliban, Bin Laden, and then who is number 3? The tabernacles of Moab. Who is Moab? Moab are the Palestinians. So what we have to look at this as is Edom and Moab are in our land. They are in Israelite land. The land don't belong to either one of them, and they're over there fighting over our land. So if they're fighting over our land, why would we take a side on either side? If anything, we should be looking at both of them like with side eyes. Like, both of y'all get up out of our land. And whatever's going on between the two of you ain't got nothing to do with us. Y'all go take that fight somewhere else. But you can't do that in our land. That's what should be the actual topic of conversation. But because we're not in position to even claim it as our land because of us falling into the state we're in, we're not even in a position to even make that be made known. Not only that, we don't know who we are. And so what ends up happening, we end up falling on either side, picking a side. And that's what they want. They want you to fall into the false left-right paradigm because they create both sides. And then they have you fall on a side, which is what? Civil war. And so the problem is whenever we withdraw from it and say, you know what, I don't have a dog in the fight. That's our land. You've stolen our identity, right? And you both conspired against us to move us out of the land, to keep us out of the land, to keep us from our identity and knowing who we are. So there has to be some type of judgment or penalty for that. Because a lot of people will say, oh, you know, it's innocent people being killed. Well, is it innocent people being killed? I know, and not to say that it wasn't some justification because we fell under the curses. There were innocent people killed whenever we got moved out of the land, but that was righteous judgment. There were babies killed, women killed, men killed in 70 AD by all these nations that you read of here in Psalms 83. Who was crying for our innocency when that happened? These nations weren't crying. The Most High, he may have been crying, but he was probably more wrathful than anything else at us. So judgment comes to who you may deem innocent in time of judgment. So we jump over to Isaiah 14. Let me find it here. Isaiah 14, verse 21 says what? Prepare slaughter for his children, for the iniquity of their fathers. This is talking about those that came against us. And we just read in Psalms 83. So the Most High doesn't see these children as innocent. He's saying prepare a slaughter, the same way he had a slaughter prepared for us whenever we fell under the curses. This is called recompense. So this is more so how we should be looking at it. Not that, hey, we want to see people die, but we have to understand the reason why people are dying. We're in the time of judgment. And if we don't get on the right side of the Father, we're going to be dying. We're next. The judgment starts first with the house of Israel. Right? But these nations are not exempt from their judgment either. Prepare slaughter for his children for the iniquity of their fathers. So these children are dying because of what their fathers have done. Just like we're under the curses now. We're on the bottom now and are dying now because of what our fathers have done. When you read Exodus chapter 20, when it talks about the 10 commandments, it says the Most High will visit them unto the third and fourth generation of them that hate me. Because what your fathers have done, they may not actually be able to get the proper punishment for because they end up dying off. So then who does the judgment fall on? Well, somebody has to pay for it. The children pay for it. It falls on their seed for judgment. Why? It says here, verse 21, middle way through, that they do not rise, nor possess what? The land. Nor possess the land. They're in our land. So in order for them to get out the land, the Most High has to bring judgment to eradicate them out of there. So they do not rise, meaning rise against us, how we read Psalms 83, how they created crafty counsel, nor possess the land, nor fill the face of the world with cities, because they're not just going to stop in our land. They're going to go out into the whole earth and colonize the whole earth and fill their face in all the cities of the world. And then if you go down and you keep reading, the Most High goes into more, there's more here. Verse 25, that I will break the Assyrian in my land. So even the Syrians are in our land. He's going to break them too. So when you see what's happening in Syria with that war, yeah, the Assyrians came against us too in Psalms 83. All nations have. So why are we sitting up here feeling sorry for the other nations when they're the ones that put us in this position and continue to keep us oppressed? Right? Keep us oppressed and in this condition of restriction. You drop further down. It talks about Palestine. Verse 29. Rejoice not, thou whole Palestina, that's Palestine, because the rod of him that smote thee is broken. For out of the serpent's root shall come forth a cockatrice, and his fruit shall be a fiery flying serpent. So we see all type of bombs and missiles and stuff dropping right now in Palestine. Right? You keep going, but of course, as you keep going, of course, Palestine originally is our land. But it has to be cleansed first. If you go down to verse 31, howl, O gate, cry, O city, thou whole Palestina, art dissolved. So that whole land has to be cleansed. That's why we tell people don't go into that land, because a judgment's coming there. You cannot go into that land until Christ comes back, when it's New Jerusalem, everything's made new, heaven and earth, and then he'll lead us into that land. But if you go in there before that, you're going to get this judgment. You're going to be part of this dissolving. For there shall come from the north a smoke. There shall come out of the north a smoke. Where there's smoke, there's fire, right? And Isaiah talked about the fiery serpent, right? Where there's smoke, there's fire. And none shall be alone in his appointed times. So a slaughter is being prepared for the children of that land. A slaughter is being prepared for the Gentiles that have consulted against us, are confederate against us. And so we don't have a dog in the fight, right? Whatever they do, it's got nothing to do with us. We should be looking at, okay, look at us as a people in our condition. We're in a bad state. We need to be focused on, what's going on with us, not what other conflicts are happening between other nations. That's got nothing to do with us. And that's not being insensitive, because nobody is caring about what's going on with Jacob. Matter of fact, what they're doing is all for destroying us. So while we're feeling sorry for them, they're getting ready to destroy us. Right? That conflict is going to lead to Jacob's trouble, the conflict to destroy us. So they'll sacrifice a few of their people if it means eradicating all of us. They're collateral damage. Right? So I just wanted to go into that a little bit, not spend too much time on it, because we have bigger fish to fry than this. We have a broadcast, which I believe we're going to discuss this evening, and let's go over here to the title. When we talk about withstanding the incursion of the Shedim, right, and what that means, and we spend a lot of time dealing with the spiritual side of, how do we fix ourselves? How do we fix our health? But I don't think we spend, and not that it's wrong, we just for whatever reason, enough time talking about the physical side of our health and what we can do physically when it comes to our health, because we're going to continue to keep drilling down the spiritual parts when it comes to our health. Because when you're talking about the title and the content we're going to go into tonight, there's all different kind of angles that it can be tackled, and we've gone through a lot of those angles. But want to go into it from the angle when it comes to our physical health, what's happening right now, the attack on our health, and how do we now win our health back. And this will actually segue from our live stream last coming out of Babylon, which was the real alien invasion, for those who remember that broadcast and are familiar with what we discussed. But let us first go into we're gonna break down tonight's title, And give me 1 second to pull something up here. Let me pull this up here. And what I believe that this broadcast tonight is really going to tackle let me see if I can find it here. One moment. We did a broadcast. Y'all remember it. I'm going to pull it up here for you all. A couple broadcasts. So many. I'm just trying to keep up with them. Let's see here. All right. How many of y'all remember this broadcast here? The valley of serpents and scorpions closing in on the unrighteous. We had that one, and then we had another one. Let me find it here. Right after that, I believe, if I'm not mistaken. And I may be mistaken. Okay, here it is. This was the one right here. This is the one I got mixed up here. Where'd it go? We had overcoming the valley of serpents and scorpions. Overcoming. Before that, we had the valley of serpents and scorpions closing in on the unrighteous, and how to overcome the serpents and scorpions that are closing in on us. And we dealt with that more from a spiritual angle. So what this broadcast is going to be more catered towards is the physical, more so the physical side, still dealing with the spiritual of dealing with this attack. Let us first define the title we have tonight. What does it mean to withstand?
Withstand.
Withstand means to stand or hold out against, resist, or oppose, especially successfully. You also have to stand in opposition. We have some more definition here. To stand up forcefully, to remain firm in endurance or opposition. So to withstand means to forcefully resist, to stand up, to remain firm in endurance or opposition. And we know Christ told us, he that endureth to the end, the same shall be saved. So we can look at this also meaning to endure, to overcome, to resist, to oppose, with force, successfully, to hold out against, to withstand. So what are we withstanding? Talked about the incursion. We're going to get that here in a moment. What is an incursion?
Incursion.
A hostile entrance to or invasion of a place or territory, especially a sudden one. An invasion. Hostile invasion. A sudden one. A sudden invasion, attack, or raid. The act of running or leaking into, penetration. So how do we overcome, withstand the penetration, the invasion, the attack, or the raid of what? Lastly, we have the Shedim, which I don't believe you're going to find that here in the dictionary. So we'll just go get the Google definition of Shedim is what? Spirits or demons in the Tanakh. Spirits or demons. How do we withstand the invasion of spirits and demons? Let us go to Ephesians chapter 6, and let's do a recap on some of the scriptures we've been talking and discussing here lately, to build on the content for this evening. How do we withstand the incursion of the Shedim? How do we endure, resist, oppose the invasion of the demons? Some may say, well, is there a demonic invasion happening right now? Or is that something we even have to worry about? Because if you don't know you're in a war, or that this war even exists, or if you don't believe it exists, how can you then prepare yourself to withstand against it? Ephesians chapter 6 verse 12 tells us what? For we wrestle not against flesh and blood, but against principalities, against powers, against the rulers of the darkness of this world, against spiritual wickedness in high places. So Paul even warned us over 1,000 years ago, almost 2,000 years ago, of this battle that we must withstand. Unseen forces that you cannot see, but are evil and attack. From there, when we go into the book of Enoch, and we've read this last broadcast as well as others. Where do these demons come from? So when you go back to the very beginning, we're talking about before the flood, during the times of Noah, during the times of Enoch. Enoch chapter 6 verse 1, it says, and it came to pass when the children of men had multiplied, that in those days were born unto them beautiful and comely daughters. Verse 2, and the angels, the children of the heaven, saw and lusted after them, and said to one another, come, let us choose us wives from among the children of men, and beget us children. So we had an alien invasion happen of angels, which are, alien to our realm, interact with women on a sexual level, bring forth children, and want to point some things out here that's going to be key in our information tonight. Chapter 7, verse 1 tells us, and all the others together with them took unto themselves wives, and each chose for himself one, and they began to go in unto them and to defile themselves with them. And they taught them charms and enchantments and the cutting of roots, and made acquainted with plants. What is that? What is this that these angels taught mankind when it comes to plants? Well, first we have to look at the word charm and the word enchantment. What does that mean? What is a charm and what is an enchantment? Charm.
charm,
The power of pleasing or attracting as through personality or beauty. There's a lot of definitions here. You also have to use charms. You have to act upon someone or something with or as with a compelling or magical force. So we're focusing on the magical part of charm when we're reading Enoch, when it says they taught them charms. So they were teaching mankind magic. What about enchantment? What is enchantment?
enchantment,
The art, act, or instant of enchanting. So let's look at the word enchant.
enchant,
To subject to magical influence. So here we are seeing magic again. Also to bewitch, witchcraft. So the angels were teaching mankind witchcraft in regards to what? Cutting of roots, and made them acquainted with plants. So they were teaching mankind the art of witchcraft when it comes to plants. Magic. Well, when we look at that word in the Bible, and let me pull it up here for you all. When we go into the Bible and find that word, let's pull it up here and get the definition. Here we have the word witchcraft in Galatians 5:20. And that word there is pharmakeia, Greek Strong's G5331. And what does it tell us? The use of the administering of drugs. Drugs. So they were teaching mankind what with plants? Charms, enchantments, when it comes to administering them as drugs. Also, what comes with that is poisoning. You have sorcery, magical arts, often it goes that word magic, often found in connection with idolatry and fostered by it. Metaphorically, the deceptions and seductions, which are the charms, being seduced into taking these plants and magically using them to poison, and the administration of drugs, through pharmakeia, medication. That is by extension magic. So it's clear what the fallen angels were teaching mankind. And when you go to, let me pull up the definition for it. We look at the word pharmakeia. Well, you have the word, let's see if we can connect some dots. We have the word pharmacy.
pharmacy,
So in the Greek, pharmakeia, in the English, pharmacy. Let's see if if there's just a coincidence that these words sound the same or if they actually mean the same. Also called pharmaceuticals, the art and science of preparing and dispensing drugs. So what we're seeing with pharmacy and pharmacy is the same thing. Drugs, we see magic, witchcraft, another word, sorcery. So this is what the fallen angels were teaching mankind with these plants, which is what we have today in our modern day pharmacy, where you have witch doctors in white suits. They may call themselves doctors, chemists, in a laboratory, taking plants and herbs out of our environment and doing all type of chemistry, alchemy, mixing, and concocting poisons. All right? Concocting poison. So here's your beginning of pharmacy. These are just some of the evils that were being taught to mankind. So this is key to understand. So we understand now when we go into what we're going to go into tonight. When we talk about sickness. And verse 2 tells us, and they became pregnant and they bare great giants whose height was 3,000 ells. So now giants come, children from these angels. What do you think the angels are going to teach their children? You don't think that people teach their children what they want them to know? So if they're teaching mankind this stuff, do you not think that their children would also be taught this same pharmacy? A lot in here, but I want to come down to now. And understanding this now allows us to understand how to withstand the incursion of the Shedim. Okay. And we have here, let me find it here. We have chapter 15. And Enoch is basically speaking to the giants now and the fallen angels about their judgment. Basically telling them that women were created for man, not for angels. Right? They were not created for man. It's strange flesh. The Most High has it separated. Men aren't to be with men. Women aren't to be with women. People aren't to be with animals. Angels aren't supposed to be with women. That's strange flesh. So he's telling them these women were created for man. And verse 6 says, but you were formerly spiritual, living the eternal life and immortal for all generations of the world. And therefore I have not appointed wives for you. For as for the spiritual ones of the heaven, in heaven is their dwelling. And now the giants who are produced from the spirits and flesh shall be called evil spirits upon the earth. And on earth shall be their dwelling. So now these aliens who are out of pocket, it shouldn't even exist. The spirits that come from these giants shouldn't even exist. They're aliens. They don't have a home. Now that they've been killed in the flood and they're spiritual, they don't have a home. So they're looking for a home. It says here, verse 9, evil spirits have proceeded from their bodies because they were born from men, and from the holy watchers there's a beginning and primal origin. So they're different. They're kind of like men, but then they're kind of like angels. In a sense, they're a hybrid. right? So the Most High God had to create hell as a place to hold the angels that sin and their children, their spirits. Because now that they've come out of their, the angels have come out of their realm and created something, an abomination that shouldn't exist, there has to be a place for them to go. There wasn't a place before this. Now there is. Hell. From the holy watchers is their beginning and their primal origin. They shall be called evil spirits on earth, and evil spirits shall they be called. They are demons. As for the spirits of heaven, in heaven shall be their dwelling. So the spirits of heaven, the angels, are supposed to remain up in the heavens. They're not supposed to come down and interact in an earthly way. All right. Unless, they come down, they have a job to do. You see that, Lot met with angels. They can interact with mankind in that type of fashion. All right. Some of us entertain angels unawares. But that's the drawing line. They cannot be, sexually interacting with mankind. Verse 10, as for the spirits of heaven, in heaven shall be their dwelling, but as for the spirits of the earth, which were born upon the earth shall be their dwelling. And the spirits of the giants afflict, oppress, destroy, attack, do battle, and work destruction on the earth and cause trouble. So someone may ask, well, if they're spirits and they're invisible, how do they do this? They take no food, but nevertheless hunger and thirst. So they're hungry, right? How do they eat? It says here, and cause offenses. And these spirits shall rise up against the children of men and against the women, because they have proceeded from them. So they need a body. They need a host in order to eat, in order to destroy, in order to afflict, oppress. They can do all these things now by possession of a body or a host. All right. Well, what else? We talked about it. We've talked about it more than one occasion. But what else also that we know physically in our world needs a host?
Parasite.
Parasite, an organism that lives on or in an organism of another species, known as the host, from the body of which it obtains nutriment. So a parasite needs a host, same as demons, and it needs a body of which it obtains nutrients or nutriment. The same way a demon needs a body so that it can eat because it's hungry. It needs to take food and thirst and destroy and afflict and oppress. Are demons parasites? That's the question we have going into our broadcast tonight. Are demons parasites? Are demons the physical manifestation of parasites in our realm? Well, we're going to find out if parasites are good or bad, even though the definition is already telling us that they obtain nutriment. We're going to go into some information tonight to see what is the role of parasites, and can we draw some correlation between parasites and what they're doing and what the scriptures tell us and show us through history, the giants, their spirits, evil spirits, the demons, what they have done, rising up against mankind. Right? But before we go there, a few more scriptures. Let's go to, we read this last broadcast, Revelation 9. verse 1, we have the angel that fell from heaven, key to the bottomless pit, right? And out of the bottomless pit, smoke. So we're knowing that this is now hell being open. Those evil spirits were bound in hell. And there came out of the smoke locusts upon the earth, and unto them was given power, as the scorpions of the earth have power. So what power do scorpions have? Verse 5, and to them it was given that they should not kill them, but that they should be tormented 5 months, and their torment was the torment of a scorpion when he striketh a man. What does a scorpion have? Poison. Right? What did we learn about witchcraft? Pharmakeia in the Greek, the administration of drugs, and the second definition was poison. So these locusts, which we can conclude, because we have another angel interacting, and when we see in Genesis 6 the angels, we saw giants created. Out of those giants came evil spirits. We see an angel releasing something out of hell that flies like a locust, that has the poison of a scorpion, similar to how a scorpion has the power when he striketh a man. Verse 6, and in those days men shall seek death and shall not find it, and shall desire to die, and death shall flee from them. Now, when you drop down to verse 15, and the 4 angels were loose, which were prepared for an hour and a day and a month and a year, for to slay the third part of men. So we see eventually people dying from this. Not initially, but then eventually people die. All right. So we're seeing the poison. We're seeing what looks like an alien invasion happening. Right. What else do we have? Let's go to the book of Jubilees to round this out, and then we're going to go into the information. Actually, let me come here real quick. Before we go into Jubilees, we're going to go to the Apocalypse of Baruch to show that the Bible, extra biblical text here, talks to us about our title, Withstanding the Incursion of the Shedim. This is Apocalypse of Baruch, chapter 27, verse 1. Into 12 parts is that time divided, and each one of them is reserved for that which is appointed for it. So now we're going into 12 signs. I'm going to go straight to the sign for our title tonight. This is verse 8, actually verse 9. It says, in the 8th part, a multitude of specters and attacks of the Shedim. So that's one translation. When we go to another translation, what do we have? And in the 8th part, a multitude of portents and incursions of the Shedim. So Baruch was told in the end time there would be an invasion of demons, which we see that happening in Revelations chapter 9, coming out of the smoke of the bottomless pit, that the angel has now opened to let them loose. Incursions of the Shedim, or invasions of demons, which is your real alien invasion, right? And we've already discussed what demons have the ability to do. Right, so now we're going to come here to the book of Jubilees, round this out, because Noah understood this. right? He understood what the demons had the ability to do. And because of that, he had to ask for help how to contend or how to withstand the demons. So we're going to come here to, I believe it's chapter 10. And then we're going to go into the information tonight. How do we withstand the incursion of the Shedim in these last days who are attacking our health? Not just attacking us from a health, they're attacking us all kind of ways, but we're going to deal with the health aspect this evening. Come down here. So we have Book of Jubilees, chapter 10, verse 1. And it reads, "In the third week of this Jubilee, the unclean demons began to lead astray the children of the sons of Noah, and to make to err and to destroy them. And the sons of Noah came to Noah their father, and they told him concerning the demons which were leading astray and blinding, slaying his sons, just as Enoch said they would do, rise up against the children of men, women and men, in all kind of ways." So we keep reading here. These spirits are malignant, created to destroy. And Noah said, "Bound them, O Father, so that they cannot destroy my sons." So the Most High was looking to bound them. Satan said, "Leave a tenth from me." 9/10 were bound. So now when we look at Revelation 9, we see that 9/10 that was bound being released. Now think about it. If you've been bound since this time, which was what? Some 5, almost 6,000 years ago, and you were at one point a giant, what would you say your appetite level would be if you've been bound almost 6,000 years and now you've been released to feast on the unsuspecting? Right? How hungry would you be? That's something, to keep in mind. So as we come down here to verse 10, it reads, "And one of us, he commanded that we should teach Noah all their medicines, for he knew that they would not walk in uprightness nor strive in righteousness." So in order to contend against these demons, because righteousness is what keeps them at bay. We can still get sick even when we're in our righteousness. But when we're unrighteous and not upright is when they have more of an opportunity to feast on us and take us as a host and make us sick. Drop down to verse 12. "And we explained to Noah all the medicines of their diseases." So with these demons come disease. Together with their seductions, there goes the charms and enchantments, which we know we talking about pharmakeia. So we're not only against the diseases that they cause, but also the pharmakeia that they've taught others who are practicing what they would call pharmaceuticals or medicine. But notice what he told Noah to do and to counteract their poisons. How he might heal them with herbs of the earth. So we know where to look to for healing to combat and contend and to be able to withstand this incursion of Shedim. Now that the 9/10 is being loosed, how do we contend against that, knowing that they bring disease with them? Somebody may say, "Well, I thought that was those that get stung." Well, we're gonna talk about that tonight. Can you get sick if you haven't been stung by the scorpion? The same way how you can get sick if you're righteous would tell us we can still get sick. Even when we are in our righteousness, right? That's what a plague is. A plague can be spread from person to person. Verse 13, and Noah wrote down all things in a book as we instructed him concerning every kind of medicine. So this is what we should be looking to tap into and understand. Once we get this understanding, what does the Bible say about healing? It tells us to look in the earth for our healing. Stuff that comes out of the earth, right? Stuff that he taught Noah, the angels taught Noah. Thus the evil spirits were precluded from hurting the sons of Noah. All right, so now let's go into it. Let's go into some of the information for tonight. How do we withstand the incursion of the Shedim, and are demons parasites? They both take hosts. Are they one in the same? Is a question. Are parasites the physical manifestation of demons? Are demons good for us? Because if demons are good for us, then, if not demons, parasites, excuse me. If parasites are good for us, then they wouldn't have any correlation with possibly being a demon. All right, so we know what a parasite is. I want to show this here. Actually, let's go to parasites. We're going to do that. Here we have, don't ignore these early symptoms of parasites in your body. Let's learn a little bit about parasites, and let's see if we can draw some, similarity to what demons are and what demons do.
Brainy Dose presents, don't ignore these early symptoms of parasites in your body. Parasites are organisms that live off other organisms called hosts. They feed off the hosts by stealing the nutrients from their food.
They do what?
Off other organisms called hosts. They feed off the hosts.
They feed off the host. What do we learn in Enoch? That demons do? They hunger. They're hungry. But they take no food. So they need a body. They need a host. So here we have parasites, the same. They need a host to feed off of. Let's see if these little critters actually also destroy.
By stealing the nutrients from their food. There are three main types of parasites. Protozoa, which are single-cell organisms that live in the intestines, blood, or tissue. Helminths, which include worms such as tapeworms, roundworms, and thorny-headed worms. And ectoparasites, which are ticks, fleas, lice, and mites that attach to or burrow into the skin. Parasitic infections can result in anything from an uncomfortable annoyance such as head lice to much more complicated diseases and even death if undiagnosed and untreated. So here are 10 early symptoms to watch out for. Number 1, stomach pain.
Stomach pain. Who out there by a raise of hands can say they love to have stomach pain? Stomach pain is a great feeling. So here it is. We see pain in the stomach from the parasite as a sign that you could be dealing with a parasite.
One of the first signs that you may have a parasite is stomach pain, especially if that pesky critter is feasting in your intestines.
Feasting, hungry, eating. What else do we have?
Some parasites live in food like meat, and they enter the body through the stomach when you consume food that is not properly prepared. Parasites can also spread through the air, from person to person, or through...
So parasites are on our food. They can spread in the air from person to person. You can't see them. They're naked to the eye in most cases. Also, what else?
Contaminated water. Once inside the body, the parasites will reproduce, resulting in increased stomach pain. Number 2, digestive issues.
Digestive issues. Who loves having digestive issues? Does that sound like torment? Does that sound like affliction?
Parasites release byproducts that can build up in your gastrointestinal tract. This can result in abdominal inflammation, gas, and indigestion. Some of these parasites actually block food from passing, which can have its own set of symptoms, such as sharp pain, abdominal swelling, vomiting, and constipation. Number 3.
So more issues in the gut. We're going to talk about the gut tonight. All right, stomach, intestines, so our gut being attacked through parasites.
3.
What about this? Who likes that type of itching going on? Is that sounds like something that is nice to have?
Anal itching. A common symptom associated with parasites is an itchy anus, which is uncomfortable and doesn't usually resolve unless treated. This symptom can be embarrassing, and it can also disturb sleep. And that's because parasites are most active and lay their eggs at night.
The parasites are active and lay their eggs at night. And what did we find? Last week, for those that remember, we showed the alien in the coffin at the beginning of the broadcast, and they said they found in the alien eggs, right? And here it is. It's a full moon. They said the freaks come out at night, and this is when the parasites become active at night, right? Darkness. So just looking to see if we can draw a lot of similarities between parasites and demons here. We talk about this. Aliens.
Most active and lay their eggs at night, so the itching is usually the worst at that time. Scratching the itch can damage the skin, further increasing the chance of infection. Number 4, fatigue.
Fatigue. Who likes being tired and fatigued? Now, fatigue can be good in some instances if you're working out or exercising, or you had a long day at work and you're tired. Okay, but what if you're tired all the time? You wake up out of bed, you've had 8 hours of sleep, and you're tired. You're tired all day, right? All that fatigue, almost to where you can't get anything done. Again, doesn't sound like a good thing.
Fatigue. Constantly feeling tired could also be a symptom of a parasitic infection. Parasites devour nutrients and minerals that the body requires to survive. Furthermore, some parasites might impair the body's capacity to absorb nutrients, thus impacting overall health.
So, keeping you from absorbing and utilizing nutrients, which are what the cells and what your body needs to be healthy. They're taking away from the body what it needs to be healthy, which only leads to sickness. All right. So far, everything we've read in the scriptures of description of demons is showing what parasites are doing to our bodies.
Even with proper nutrition and adequate sleep, parasites can make you feel weak and tired. Number 5, weight loss.
Weight loss. Now, weight loss can be good, right? But it depends on how you're losing the weight. If you're losing the weight in a abnormal way, then that's not good. So let's see what they have to say here about weight loss.
Quick, unexplainable weight loss can be another symptom of a parasite. Not only are the parasites stealing your nutrients, but your body has to use extra calories to fight the parasitic infection. All of these things can result in weight loss.
So your body's using energy to fight the parasites. The parasites are stealing energy from your body, sucking you dry, sucking the nutrients out of you, which leads to sickness. Okay.
If accompanied by a change in appetite or other symptoms, weight loss could be an indication of parasites. Number 6, anxiety.
Anxiety. We've actually had lessons where we talk about anxiety being a demon, being an oppressive, because that's what anxiety is. It's oppression, spiritual oppression.
Parasites can cause mental harm as well. They can negatively impact stability and happiness, which causes mood swings, irritability, and anxiety.
Mood swing. Dr. Jekyll 1 minute, Mr. Hyde the next, or David Banner one minute, the next minute, the Incredible Hulk. Does that sound like a normal scenario, or does that sound like a body's been hijacked through a mood swing? Parasites can cause that.
Knowing you have a parasitic infection can make anxiety even worse, so it can be a vicious cycle. Number 7, teeth grinding.
Teeth grinding. A person that grinds their teeth, which is only going to destroy your ability to chew food, which is destruction. You're destroying what you need to eat.
Most people who grind their teeth at night are not even aware of it. Teeth grinding can have a lot of different causes, and that alone doesn't necessarily mean you have a parasite. In a case that you do, you're tossing and turning all night due to the parasite's increased activity, and the restlessness can lead to physical stress, which can result in teeth grinding. Left untreated, this could result in damage to your pearly whites. Number 8, anemia. Parasites rob a host of iron, which in turn can lead to anemia. Anemia results from low levels of hemoglobin, a protein in the blood that transports oxygen throughout the body. Parasites steal iron from foods like meat and fish, leaving the body without the iron it needs to function properly.
So notice the key word there, steal. Okay, steal. I don't think there's really, under any circumstance, where stealing is a good thing. And what is a adversary known to do? Steal, kill, and destroy. So parasites are known to steal.
Number 9, skin irritation. Parasites can cause the skin to become red and irritated. Inflammation and a rash may develop in an area where a parasite has set up shop. Not only does this irritate the skin, but some people could experience an allergic reaction to the parasite. These skin irritations could be the result of the immune system's attempt to fight the parasite, or a result of the toxins and waste products being released locally on the skin. Parasitic infections and allergies also increase eosinophils in the blood. Eventually, this can stunt hair and nail growth. Oftentimes, if this is the first symptom spotted, parasitic infections can be misdiagnosed as a bad food reaction. Number 10, muscle pain. One of the less common symptoms of parasitic infections is muscle pain, which can happen when the parasites move into the muscles and soft tissues of the body. In a parasitic infection known as trichinosis, which results from eating undercooked meat, the pain may even affect the joints. This could be accompanied by inflammation and muscle stiffness. It's difficult to...
Now notice how trichinosis can come from undercooked meat, which is another reason why, even in the scripture, it tells us not to drink the blood, and that our meat should be cooked without the blood, meaning it should be well done. Because when it's undercooked, you're eating the blood, and the parasite may not be killed through the cooking process.
From eating undercooked meat, the pain may even affect the joints. This could be accompanied by inflammation and muscle stiffness. It's difficult to know whether muscle pain is the result of a parasite, since muscle pain can have so many causes, but the presence of other symptoms can help to diagnose if it is a parasite. The idea of hosting a parasite is beyond unappealing, but millions of people deal with them each year. How bad your parasitic infection is depends on things such as the type of parasite, your age, immune system, overall health, and how quickly it's diagnosed. Diagnosis can be challenging though, because many of the symptoms associated with parasites can have so many other causes, or you could even be asymptomatic. However, once a diagnosis is confirmed, parasitic infections generally respond well to treatment. If you found this video helpful, give it a thumbs up and share it with your...
All right, so that's just a beginner's introduction into parasites. I wanted to show that real quick before we start to go into our information, because those are the natural parasites that are in our environment, and yes, they are bad. However, we are more so looking at, when we talk about what we read in Revelation 9, the scorpion sting, which we know is those people that took the right, and the synthetic parasites that come with them. Well, what about those people that didn't take the they have nothing to worry about, right? Well, let's see. We have here a video. Keep your distance from anyone that's been. And this is dealing with the rototech can be shed to contacts. Tens of thousands have had this. So when we talk about shedding, a lot of people think we're only talking about the cold. We're going to show that any can be shed. And you also see here for pharmakeia, you have the serpents winding around the rod. And of course, they have the DNA. It's in the shape of a DNA also. Something else to keep in mind with the pharmakeia, the serpent. And where do these come from? Pharmakeia. The poison, the administration of drugs, sorcery, witchcraft. So now we're seeing the fallen angels and their technology at work against mankind. All right. Noah wasn't dealing with the charms and enchantments of plants and herbs, plants and roots. Those that learned under the fallen angels were. Noah learned underneath the righteous angels, the archangels like Raphael, Uriel, Michael, on and on and on the herbs of the earth and what herbs were for what particular disease. Let's hear this real quick about this shedding.
I thought shedding was a conspiracy theory. Shedding is the transmission of strains from that are people that are choosing to get this to contacts. And that is on this FDA insert for the under section 5.5. It says transmission of strains from to contacts has been observed post marketing. Wow. This means that if you get the you can actually shed it to me. I thought shedding was
if you get that, you can actually shed it to me, meaning I can get, not sure what capacity, but I can get something off of what you've taken. This is pharmakeia. This is the fallen angels at work to destroy mankind through this so-called science that Paul warned Timothy about, falsely so-called. We're going to deal with the real science tonight, which was given to Noah on how to combat these demons, these Shedim, the incursion of them, right? The scorpion sting, and not only affecting those that have taken it, but also potentially affecting those who didn't take it. How many of you all remember this? Now that's the how many people may out there have taken a test? Silver fibers discovered on test swab. Silver fibers. Now this video does have some language, not a lot, but a few words. So I'm warning everyone now. Okay, if you language offends you, you probably want to turn away for the next 10 minutes because this 6-minute video may go 10 minutes pointing certain things out. But just fair warning. But let's check this video out here. Silver fibers discovered on test swabs. So the same time they're telling everybody, man, they were making people take these tests. If you wanted to work, you had to take a test to tell whether or not you were positive or negative. I don't know what that was going to mean, because whether you were positive or positive or negative didn't change anything. It didn't change how they treated you or anything. They just said, okay, well, you're positive or you're negative. Didn't really matter, especially when you're at home. I'm positive with at home or I'm negative with. What does that matter? Why do I got to take a test at home? Let's check it out.
No You can hold all those straight and talk at the same time.
Hello, it's Nicole. It's Micah's sister. I wanted to show you guys something. I got a couple tests from a friend, and I wanted to break them down and see what was in these tests. What were they really doing in these tests? Do you see the test says tip wrapped with traditional fiber? Well, this fiber that's on here is the same fiber that comes out of my body. These are nanoparticles. I'm going to show you up close. Do you see that silver? That's a silver color. There we go. See how that's silver? There's a regular cotton Q-tip. That one's white. I'm going to have Micah post the pictures underneath this. But this swab right here is a legit test. And I broke it down. And these are the same particles that come out of my body. These are nanoparticles. These particles are alive and they move. I just broke it down here. Micah, hold this right here. Hold my phone right here. Let me show you guys what I'm talking about. When I say nanoparticles, grab this right here with your hand. I'm going to pull it down, pull some. That's the silver fiber. That's what's the Q-tip. It's shiny, it's silver, and they're alive.
She said it's shiny, silver, and alive. Do
you see that, people? Let's see. There you go. Do you see them silver particles? That's all this. That's this. Right here. They don't even want to let go. See, it's stuck on. That's not cotton. This is cotton. This is a regular Q-tip. See, the regular Q-tip, it's not shiny at all. It's white. Put it next to that. You see the difference in material?
Now, you can't really see the difference. At least I can't. There. But toward the end, there's going to be something brought out that you're going to be able to see. Clearly, there's a difference between the cotton and the test swab that she has.
One's shiny, one's cotton. This is cotton. Them are your nanoparticles. These are all the silver strings. You guys better leave them damn tests alone. That's what you better do. Because they're not doing chipping. Absolutely not. They're putting nanoparticles right into your head. I know this for a fact because this material, these fibers, these silver fibers right here, these come out of my body. They're called morgellons. If you don't know what morgellons are, go look at what morgellons are.
She said she's pulling those out of her body now after taking the test. And remember, they were cramming this test all the way up in the back of your head through your nose. Why did they have to go all the way up in there to take a test? What was wrong with spitting in a cup? Right? Didn't even swab in the mouth. Not that that would have been the best thing either, but no, they had to go first time ever, a test had to go all the way up in the back of your brain to test. And she's saying that these are the white fibers or the silver fibers that are on this swab.
These are silver fibers. It's not cotton. This is what the Q-tip test is. You see that one down there alive? They do their own thing. Look, he's trying to grab it. He's mad. See him?
And they're moving. And when she touched it, it stuck to her finger. Like if you touch cotton, right? Cotton isn't sticking to your finger like that. And here in a moment, she's going to show the difference between that and the cotton. They look totally different. The cotton isn't cotton won't be moving, but those things are moving.
This is what they've put in the head. This is their test. They're putting this shit right in the brain.
He's trying to grab it.
Close to the brain. He's mad.
Look.
See him? He's getting mad. So you guys think I'm lying? I'm showing you live.
And it's moving back and forth, left to right. For anybody that may think, well, it's a fan blowing. It's moving back left to right. It's not blowing one direction. It's moving in all different kinds of directions, as well as the other. And they're not moving in unison. They're moving in totally different speeds and different directions at the same time.
I'm getting mad.
We ain't even breathing on it, and it's fucking moving.
Oh, he got mad. You see him, Micah?
Mm-hmm.
Holy shit, they really are alive. Look at how they're fighting each
Look
other.
at this one. Look.
Look at that.
They got a link. Now let me see if I can pull them.
They were actually moving together and sticking together, coming together and sticking together on their own.
This is the test. Oh, hell no.
She has to keep pulling them away. That is not normal. Where two strands of cotton just wrap around each other and you had to pull them apart like that. It was laying flat on the surface and just raise up and wrap around the other strand. Has anybody seen cotton do that? Maybe it does. I am not familiar with that.
Around that other
wild. This is so wild, y'all. I can't believe y'all let these people put these Q-tips in your guys' head.
And what does that look like? Does that not look like what we just saw in the parasite video? Worm-like organisms in the person's body, right? And this is going in the nose, up through the nose into the brain. So now it's in the body. Doing what?
Like that, but that doesn't mean that the president's not going to go through some machinations over the coming days.
And remember, she said that she was pulling them out of her body. So does that mean that it could spread from one person to the next? So even the tests, we could maybe say, have some type of shedding capability through these silver, whatever you want to call them. Some people are saying Morgellons. But these strand-like organism, parasite, I don't know if you want to call them creatures, but these parasites, these silver parasites.
And entertain some of these ideas even after Congress has taken this step, which is seen by many around the president, including people who are closest to him, as pretty definitive, Allison.
Vice President Mike Pence is at the White House today. You are reporting, along with our White House team, that President Trump is leaning harder on Pence to flip the election results, which he does not.
This is wild shit, you guys. See them fighting? They literally are fighting, trying to hold on and grab each other. But look, wait, let me put him down. And I'm going to come over here to the regular cotton.
Look at the regular cotton. Let's see what it does. Let's see if it behaves in the same manner.
Some of that for me, Micah.
He has this duty as president of the Senate to oversee this process. He can't intervene in any way that
nothing.
It's just still.
There's proof.
It's not moving or anything.
Regular cotton don't do a damn thing. It's not fighting. It's not moving. I'm putting it by. It's not doing absolutely nothing. 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 But these jokers right here?
The vice president has always been in this kind of position where he's walking a fine line of making sure he pleases his boss and not getting on Trump's wrong side, but also trying to keep his own reputation intact while
hold it above this one. See, that one rose up to my finger. Watch.
Yeah, they get mad. This come out of my body. I have videos on my page. I have YouTube videos showing this shit. The same shit.
All right. So we get the point. I don't think we need to see any more. Right. We do have a couple of documents here because we can talk about the shedding and we can possibly even talk about the test shedding with these fibers that are alive, that are exhibiting the attributes of a. So let's talk about shedding real quick here. I have a PDF called Healing Protocols for Detoxing from Shedding. So we're going to be diving into this a little bit tonight because of course, there's a solution. From those that took the, if you're out there, you maybe have taken it. And for those who maybe are coming into contact, because listen, we're out there living life. We're going to the grocery store, going places, coming across people, and who knows what people are doing or taking. But we can still protect ourselves in the midst of this. But we have to make sure we're on top of our health. We have to understand the health, how to eat, what to take. We're going to go into that tonight. But first, let's deal with this shedding thing. What is shedding? What is shedding? It says here, vaccine shedding is not a new problem. In fact, it is well documented in truthful, unbiased scientific literature, contrary to what Big Pharma is trying to make us believe. Regarding the shedding is the hidden agenda that they did not want you to know about. They knew that not everyone would be willing to get willingly inoculated. So they devised a method that would ensure that even the get a of the bioweapon, and that is through shedding. This is a of the what people are dealing with now. What people are dealing with now is different than what people were dealing with in 2020 when they locked the world down. When they locked the world down, that was the but now that people have been, people are coming into contact with those that have been, and the are exhibiting these sicknesses that are hard to shake. Now, when you come down here, there's a lot in this. I'm not going to, I'm just going to touch on some points here. Here's a definition of shedding. It is defined as the release of live particles from a person's body that happens after a person has been with a live attenuated. This is a type of that contains a weakened or modified form of live or disease. So when we talk about bacteria, which there's good and bad bacteria,
90 seconds,
virus, fungus, you can just put them all under the category of a parasite. That's how I look at them all, as a demon or a parasite. Regardless how you want to classify them, that's for those people that want to be technical. All right. But for me, I keep it simple. It's a parasite. It's in the body. It shouldn't be in the body. It's an alien to the body. And it's causing destruction and wreaking havoc in the body. So let's come down here, and we have that shed and their known side effects. So it even goes into the different that are known to shed. Chicken pox, road, which we just saw Candace Owens talking about earlier. Road,
10 seconds.
Right? Who is at risk? Immunocompromised people, people with weak immune systems, either very young children or the elderly, or somebody who maybe is a normal age, middle age, younger age, but their immune system isn't up to par because they're eating poorly. They may be smoking, consuming a lot of alcohol, doing drugs, just all different kind of ways for you to be in a state of immunocompromisation, where your immune system is compromised. Okay, and when your immune system is compromised, these parasites now don't have anything to fight them off, and they can now wreak havoc in the body. Also, what causes our immune system to be compromised? Frequency, 5G, Wi-Fi, Okay. All those frequencies are radiation. We're getting radiation from our cell phones, radiation from our computers, all these being around all these things. Even the lights they make now, the LED lights, are putting out a level of frequency that affects our, remember, our spirits are energy. So we're energy beings to some extent. We're living in a fleshly house, which is our body, but the frequency can affect our energy, which then can compromise our immune system. And then we now are open for sickness, right? If anybody's seen, radiation sickness, it was a TV show I watched. I think it was called Chernobyl. Right now, that's on an extreme level, but you're being bombarded with radiation frequencies every day with the technology that they've put around us. Unless you live, more so in the country off grid or something. Okay, different pharmacy for those that are on prescription medications. Again, it's poison. Now, everything that comes out of pharmacy isn't poison. I'm saying as a whole, because some things that are found in nature or are normal, they would like to make seem that you need a prescription for it, or say you need a prescription for it. We're going to show some things tonight that, that would be good that come out of their so-called pharmacy. Antibiotics kill the gut, kill the bacteria. It kills the good and the bacteria. It's like sending a nuclear bomb in the body. It kills everything. Like chemotherapy. Chemotherapy kills everything. Okay, so you need good bacteria in your body. Okay, you look at the bacteria on the good side, you would look at like angels fighting for us. On the bad side, the bad bacteria or the parasites, those are your demons fighting against us. There's a war going on in our bodies. Okay, so we're going to come back to this document. I also have another document, Bioweapon Detox, getting rid of shedding and long damage and syndromes. And for the person that's out there that hasn't taken the and you're not sick, the best medication is proactive, or the best health is proactive health. The best medicine is proactive medicine, meaning you're eating and putting the right medicines in your body, herbs, to prevent sickness. You don't wait till you get sick and all of a sudden now you want to eat healthy and I want to take the herbs. Be proactive. If you're proactive, you have less likely chance of getting sick. And if you do get sick, you have a greater chance of it not lasting as long. So, of course, this document also goes into the shedding and the detox and healing that you can do, which everybody should be doing. Everybody should be detoxing. Everybody should be dealing with the things we're going to talk about tonight. And pretty much, you come here, it's the same information we read in the other document. What is shedding? Shedding can potentially transmit the weakened to individuals who are not, including those who may have a weakened immune system. Okay, so these parasites they lay eggs, they replicate, they're reproducing in the body. And then now they can be passed from person to person depending on the interaction. Okay, so we're going to come back to this document also. But let's move on. Let me see real quick here. We have two callers in the queue. We have 708 area code and the 734 area code. I see y'all there. If you would like to speak, press 1. I don't see a hand raised. Press 1 so I know that you want to speak. If not, then I'm going to move on to our next part here. 708-734, press 1 if you'd like to speak. If not, you can continue to listen in, and I'm going to move on. So we have here a video I want to check out. Are parasites actually demons in biological form causing disease? Interesting concept. Concept we've been talking about here. Many broadcasts, many live streams. We've talked about this. And here it is. Someone else has the same question and maybe some information that can help give us an understanding. On the right side, you have the demon, a depiction. Remember, Babylon is a cage of every foul spirit and hateful and detestable bird flying, locust flying, and then here you have the parasite. Let's check it out.
The demonic parasites. Are parasites actually demons in biological form? The existence of parasites that have the ability to hijack a person's mind sounds like something out of a science fiction movie, such as the movie The Faculty. The Faculty is a science fiction movie about high school teachers being controlled and taken over by otherworldly parasites. As the old saying goes, art imitates life, and truth is far stranger than fiction. In ancient China, the Taoists had a very interesting belief concerning parasites. The Taoists believe in a concept known as the three worms. The Sanxi, 3 corpses, or Sangcheng, 3 worms, are a Taoist physiological belief that demonic creatures live inside the human body and they seek to hasten the death of their host. These 3 supernatural parasites allegedly enter the person at birth and reside in the 3 Dantian energy centers, respectively located within the head, chest, and abdomen. After their human host dies, they are freed from the body and become malevolent spirits. The 3 corpses work to harm their host's health and fate by initiating sickness, inviting other disease-causing agents into the body, and reporting their host's transgressions to the gods. The usual English translation of Sanxi is 3 corpses. However, this Taoist term does not literally refer to corpses, as in dead bodies, within the human body, but is linguistically causative, meaning the eventual death, mortality, produced by these demonic agents. Now, I myself am not a Taoist, nor do I believe in Taoism. However, I believe they have a very good point about parasites being demons in biological form.
So even in other religions, they understand in their religion that demons and parasites are the same thing, right? And it's similar to whenever we go into, like, Babylon and the Tower of Babel, and how the tower was destroyed and the nations were divided, but they all kept the same belief, just in their own culture or their own ethnicity and traditions, but they all have very similar understanding as far as who they worship as gods, right? So even when you go into other religions, you can find stuff like the flood, where they all have a documented account that a flood happened, right? So you can find truths like these in other religions. It's just that their gods are false. But they also understand, it's the way the Bible speaks about demons, and are drawing the correlation between them and parasites.
About parasites being demons in biological form. Parasites and demons are incredibly similar, if not the exact same. They are 2 sides to the same coin. In fact, demons are often called spiritual parasites. A parasite is a biological organism that lives and feeds off of its hosts and causes mental and physical illness. They are known to feed off of their host's negative emotional energy and are known to bring the host physical and mental illness. Studies have shown that parasites are able to cause severe mental illnesses such as schizophrenia. Scientists have discovered how the toxoplasmosis parasite may trigger the development of schizophrenia and other bipolar disorders. They have shown that the parasite may play a role in the development of these disorders.
So parasites, we read about anxiety earlier. You're talking about schizophrenia, schizo, right? Someone who's bipolar, meaning they have two different personalities, saying that parasites can cause this, right? We know that's spiritual. That's a demon at work, causing a person not to be themselves, all right? To be under control by something else. So for a parasite to have psychological control over a person tells us a lot when comparing them to a demon.
These disorders. Clinical studies frequently report that patients with major mental illness, such as schizophrenia and bipolar disorder, have comorbid physical conditions, suggesting that systematic alterations affecting both brain and peripheral tissue might underlie the disorders. Numerous studies have reported elevated levels of anti-T Gandhi antibodies in patients with major mental illnesses. The T Gandhi parasites are so powerful that they can hijack a person's mind and alter humans' sexual desires and influence humans to engage in abnormal sexual practices such as BDSM and have an attraction to sexual violence. So what is the T. Gandhi parasite? Toxoplasmosis is an infection caused by a single-celled parasite called Toxoplasma gondii. While the parasite is found throughout the world, more than 40 million people in the United States may be infected with the Toxoplasma parasite. The Toxoplasma parasite can persist for long periods of time in the bodies of humans and other animals, possibly even for a lifetime. Of those who are infected, however, very few have symptoms because a healthy person's immune system usually keeps the parasites from causing illnesses. However, pregnant women and individuals who have compromised immune systems should be cautious. For them, a toxoplasma infection could cause serious health problems. I recently found an interesting case study concerning this very powerful and influential parasite titled "The Case for Toxoplasma gondii in Psychosis and Other Human Diseases." This chapter introduces Toxoplasma gondii, the cause of toxoplasmosis. It discusses the many ways it can be transmitted and what is known about human infections, especially those affecting the brain, the pregnant uterus, and the eyes. It details the evidence linking this parasite to psychosis and estimates the percentage of psychosis cases that may be caused by it. It also briefly discusses the evidence linking toxoplasmosis to other conditions, epilepsy, brain cancer, rheumatoid arthritis, and motor vehicle accidents. The T. Gandhi parasite has been called one of the most successful parasites on Earth, and yet is one of medicine's best kept secrets. It is remarkable in its ability to infect nearly any nucleotide cell in any warm-blooded animal, and infects most species of mammals and birds. An estimated 1/3 of the world's humans are infected, although this varies widely by country, depending on dietary habits and exposure to cats. A 2014 survey in the United States reported that 11% of the population, or approximately 40 million Americans, have antibodies to this parasite, indicating past infection. For almost a century after its discovery, it remained largely unknown. It was given a tongue-twisting name, Toxoplasma gondii, which was in fact inadvertently misspelled. The North African rodent in which it was discovered in 1908 was a Gundii, not a Gandhi. It is a protozoan parasite, not bacteria or which were the infectious agents of the greatest interest in the 20th century. The most noteworthy protozoan is the malaria parasite. T. gondii, as it is commonly abbreviated, is a second cousin to the malaria parasite. But like famous humans, second cousins don't get much press. It wasn't until 1938 that T. gondii was known to be transmitted from a pregnant woman to her fetus and to cause severe problems with brain development. And it was not until the late 1960s that cats were identified as the specific host for this parasite. T. gondii has to be eaten by a cat to complete its life cycle in the cat's intestine. It begins its life cycle when a cat, usually as a kitten, becomes infected. Although the cat usually has no symptoms, it excretes in its feces up to 50 million infective T. gondii oocytes per day for an average of 8 days. At any given time, approximately 1% of cats are infective and are excreting oocytes. The oocytes are remarkably hardy and can survive for long periods in soil or water. Wherever the cat defecates may become contaminated with infectious oocytes. Since cats prefer loose soil for defecation, this often includes gardens, children's sandboxes, and animal feed piles in barns. After 24 hours, the oocytes dry out and are thought by some researchers to become aerosolized, thus floating in the air and capable of being inhaled. Water becomes contaminated when cat feces deposited on the ground is carried into streams by rainwater or when cat litter is flushed down the toilet. Not all cats are carriers of this parasite, but they can be. It's incredibly interesting finding out that cats are the specific host for this very powerful parasite that can hijack the mind and cause very serious physical and mental issues. Now, I myself used to own a cat that I loved very much that passed away from liver complications back in February. And I do not believe that cats are intrinsically evil. However, the topic of cats being hosts for parasites that can alter the mind and body in negative ways reminds me of a question I used to have. Why were cats worshipped by the ancient Egyptians? And why do witches love cats as well?
Interesting question. And we know dealing with animals, because animals are in nature, parasites are in nature. Like parasites are a part of nature, so they exist. So almost impossible not to have parasites. Your body's immune system fights them off. Okay, but now we have a synthetic parasite that's entered the stage because of these things. But we're going to get to that later. But interesting that they worship the cat. These witches, the Egyptians, and the cat has the ability to shed, we'll say, this parasite to where people can actually come in contact with it now and lose their minds, become schizo, become mad, lunatics.
Apparently, in ancient Egypt, cats were not worshipped as gods per se, but as vessels for them. The ancient Egyptians believed that cats were chosen to be inhabited by the gods and that some of the divinities even adopted their likeness. For example, Bastet, also called Bast, was the daughter of Ra, the sun god. And when it comes to the occult, cats, specifically black cats, have played a huge role in mythology for centuries. In the Middle Ages, they were believed to be a spirit or demon to serve a witch as a companion. I find it incredibly fascinating that the ancient Egyptians and ancient witches believed that cats can be vessels for spirits. And as it turns out, cats can be vessels for very powerful parasites that does to the body what demons have been known to do to the body in the scriptures.
So this would only make sense why they keep cats around, the witches. Why they run with the cats, primarily the black cats, while the Egyptians worship the cats.
Such as cause you to hear voices, experience negative emotions, such as anxiety, depression, OCD, bipolar disorder, and many other mental illnesses. Demons can hijack your mind and influence you to do destructive things, such as engaging in abnormal sexual practices like promiscuity and BDSM. Aside from cats being specific vessels for these very powerful parasites, other carriers can include all the unclean animals that were spoken of in the scriptures.
Notice that too, family. All the unclean animals are the ones that you typically would associate with parasites. Doesn't mean that other animals can't get them. But typically your unclean animals. Remember, Christ cast the demon legion many demons into the pig, into the swine. Well, what animals are known to have the most parasites? Swine, shellfish, unclean animals. There's a lot of connections going on here with parasites and demons.
Pigs, rats, shellfish, fish without scales, and many other animals listed in Scripture as unclean to consume. Maybe there is both a spiritual and physical reason as to why God said not to consume these animals. In fact, the Most High calls these animals an abomination, and that we shall not eat their flesh. In biblical usage, the word abomination means something that God loathes or hates because it is offensive to him and his character. After all, an unclean animal was a chosen host by the unclean spirits known as legion. So is it possible parasites are actually demons in biological form? A biological antenna for the spiritual wickedness in high places. Is this
a biological antenna for the spirits in high places?
That's how they are able to cause so much pain, sicknesses, diseases, and other physical and mental torments. If you believe you have been affected by these demonic parasites, Jesus actually gives us the solution in the book of Matthew. In the book of Matthew, Jesus told the disciples that some demons are incredibly powerful and can only be cast out through prayer and fasting. Fasting just so happens to be one of the best parasite cleanses out there. Now combine fasting with genuine prayer and a healthy lifestyle, you have a spiritually and physically effective weapon against these serpents, these demonic parasites.
And we're going to go into that after we cover the rest of this information on these parasites and these demons and the correlation. On now looking to bring forth what is the resolution, right? How do we withstand the incursion of the Shedim after we now identified them working against us and they're coming against us to attack, right? And I haven't even seen this whole video, so this part of what's being said, I didn't even know was in this, and it's in the information we're going to go into later.
Who wish to bring forth your physical, mental, and spiritual demise. I hope you guys have found this topic to be very fruitful. If you would like to support this channel, I recently wrote a book titled The Caffeine Epidemic about the effects of caffeine on physical and mental health. The link for that will be in the bio below. Again, thank you so much. Please let me know your thoughts in the comment section below. Please like, share, and subscribe.
All right, so moving on from that, one more thing, and then we're going to go into the solution. How do we now we've identified these parasites in our reality, both the biological parasites and the synthetic ones. We're going to go into here in a moment the solution according to God, because he said the solution is in the earth. One last video here. And as we go into the solution, we're going to hear from about 10 different doctors. Okay. 10 different doctors on this topic, on dealing with these parasites, dealing with these demons on a biological level of healing, as well as the spiritual. But again, we're going to bring out a lot on the biological, on the physical side. What supplements and things like that should we have, in our regimen for healing? This video is Parasites, a New Paradigm. We have Dr. Lee Merritt, who actually we showed in our last broadcast. Video was titled EMF and Parasites. She was actually showing the link between the frequencies and their ability to now control the synthetic parasites through the frequency and have these parasites self-assemble in our body through those who have been. Also, the stuff that's in our food, our water, our air, that we are now absorbing into our bodies, that they can now control through the frequency. So let's check this video out here.
Hello, I'm Dr. Lee Merritt. You can find me at themedicalrebel.com. I'm also on Rumble at the Medical Rebel channel. And this video is about parasite protocols, how to rid yourself of parasites. And I'm going to explain to you in this video why I think it's critical. We all do this now, why it helps people with or without having taken the and I'm going to tell you the ins and outs and some of the subtleties of doing that. Okay, so I call it the parasite paradigm. A paradigm is really a way of looking at something. And the problem we have is we are living in a viral paradigm, and we need to get out of that. That's a false paradigm. It makes you look at things the wrong way. It's like the magician that waves his hand over to the right while he's picking your pocket over to the left. In this case, they're killing us. So let's change our worldview a little bit, and I'm going to explain here why I think that's necessary and what this means. So I want to thank my colleagues in the medical freedom movement, I guess I would call it, Celeste Solem and Karen Kingston for her, Celeste is a former FEMA, and she's been doing a lot of work looking at the DARPA literature and exposing a lot of technology things. Karen Kingston, Pfizer whistleblower, has been looking at old literature and patents and putting it all together. The 5 docs, I think you all knew who they are, and we all talk about this every month. Brian Artis, who's a chiropractor that's been instrumental in lots of good discussions about, and specifically got me thinking a little differently about parasites. So I thank him a lot. So here we go. Now, from the beginning, I never believed this was an airborne. I thought this was a contact poison or toxin. Keep in mind, in Latin does not mean little animalcule that flies out of your mouth and makes other people sick. Means toxin. We need to start changing our language to changing our understanding that when we get sick and we sneezing and wheezing and coughing, something we say we got a cold. You didn't catch a cold. You're toxic and you're getting rid of the toxins. Venom doesn't fit. I had this discussion with Brian Artis. I'm not saying there isn't some part of this whole venom thing that fits in here. Certainly the Nicorette gum is a good idea, but it's not the major causing disease. It doesn't fit what we saw clinically. If venom were the problem, then children would have died and adults would have lived. That isn't right. Now, the other thing I realized that there was a problem about was this technology. Besides all the literature that showed how dangerous it was, how bad it was on all the animal studies, and was still bad, by the way, they're still doing animal studies for cancer therapies using the animals are still dying. Don't think that's past tense. It's just too expensive. I mean, they claim that the one technology they've actually gotten to market was a technology that was for some ophthalmologic issue. I can't remember what it was, but it was for some ophthalmologic issue. And the cost was in 2018, the cost was almost $1 million for a treatment. How did they suddenly, within 2 years, supply billions of doses at less than $30 a dose? You tell me. That doesn't make sense. So there are things that don't make sense with what's happening here. Then we started seeing this, and I'm going to play a little bit of this video. This is a video that dropped from a compilation of different things, but it's primarily German researchers showing you that is a parasitical infection. And these are not the only people that say this, by the way.
And in this video, we're going to show you the video microscopy of those microparasites, how they behave, and why there is indisputable proof that cancer indeed is a microparasitical infection, and that mainstream cancer research has not recognized it yet as such. And this theory was put forward by Dr. Weber and some other scientists from the Max von Pettenkofer Institute, a very renowned institute in Munich, Germany, and unfortunately has not gained much traction despite the proof that you're going to see in this video. So without further ado, let's watch the video and what those scientists have observed, and you can see for yourself and make up your own opinion and mind. And then afterwards, we're going to talk about some implications of that proof and some consequences that we can draw from it, and how we should behave, and how we should treat cancer patients therefore. So without further ado, let's dive right into the video proof of cancer as a parasitical infection. Let's go more than 30 years back in time. At the renowned Patent Cover Institute in Munich, Germany, 3 German medical doctors, Dr. Übing, Schiertz, and Dr. Winter, were busy studying strange objects in human blood. They published their results in the renowned scientific journal Ärztliche Praxis under the title Unusual Corpuscular Elements in Blood.
Okay, so I'm going to stop there on the recording, but you can see that these people are serious scientists. They've looked at it. This has been going on for decades, and we have not been aware of it. I recommend you watch that whole video. The sound kind of goes in and out, but I recommend you take time and watch the video. These are the questions I asked myself. Why is cancer bursting out after people get the especially in the soldiers? So I was in the Navy for 10 years. We took care of young guys, the 20-year-olds, that's your standard patient. And when they showed up with cancer, it would be a single solitary cancer, usually things like testicular cancer that young men are more apt to get. But it wasn't that they had cancer all over their body. Now they take the and they have cancer all over their body, according to some of the doctors I've talked to in the military. Now, this goes along with an idea that if cancer's these are guys that have been out in Afghanistan and weird places, snooping and pooping through the brush on the ground. They may come from farm country where they were, around animals, and they've probably got a pretty good dose of parasite load. And now their immune system's damaged by and the parasites all break out at once, giving them this multiple look of.
Notice how I think we've talked about this. Those that took a lot of people now are breaking out with turbo cancer. Right? Not only that, because she's saying the immune system now becomes broken because of and these no longer have anything to keep them at bay. And so now cancer is breaking out all over the body, whereas in the past, you'd only see cancer in one place. Why is cancer breaking out everywhere? Not only is that idea sound very logical, that the immune system now cannot fight against the parasites that were there, we can never forget about this guy, whom Dr. Carrie Madej said she found and was startled when she was going through the solution of one of the vials, and it got startled like a bug would get startled and try to scurry away to safety. So you also have the whatever this thing is, the Hydra. You have the graphene oxide that can self-assemble itself together through the frequency that could cause a cancer. But regardless of how it's happening, we know that a lot of people, and how they know it's happening because they went together as a family and everybody took the and they're all getting cancer at the same time, whereas before they had no problem. They were healthy. Why are people that went to go get the at the same time all breaking out with turbo cancers at once? So we're seeing the turbo cancer coming from those who got the which is more of a reason that people need to detox. Okay, we're going to go into that later, but that's the question she's asking about the turbo cancers after the.
You see, we when we talk about something being cancer, we just look at an MRI and we see that it's got multiple white spots on the like either dark spots or white spots on the various different weighted images. And we say, well, that's obviously metastasis, because we think nothing else could do that, because we're not thinking paradigm shift. We're not thinking of parasites. Okay. Why does autoimmune disease respond to antiparasitical drugs? Antiparasitical, right? But they give it as Plaquenil and they use it for rheumatoid arthritis and lupus. And why does it respond? And it responds for a while, but then it doesn't continue to respond. And I can tell you why that is. It has to do with the way you should do it for parasites.
You also have autoimmune issues. Those who have autoimmune issues or allergies, Why does it respond to anti-parasiticals, things that fight against parasites? Another question she's asking.
Then the real question is, why do they hate anti-parasiticals? Why can't we find in the 18 labs around the country cannot find in the and finally, I would say the parasite paradigm fits the religious belief of the psychopaths giving us this. I will tell you that the people that go back to the ancient times of the religion that goes back to ancient Babylon, this actually is an idea that from the Babylonian Talmud, they call it, and it's an idea that I'm not guilty if I don't directly kill you. If I tie you up on, this is an example, I believe, directly from the Talmud, the Babylonian Talmud. You tie somebody up on the floor in their kitchen so they can't feed themselves and they die of starvation. I'm not morally responsible. But
speaking of Babylon, now she's talking about the believers of the Babylonian Talmud, to where they don't hold themselves responsible. If you go out and get this, that's on you. Even if they tell you you must get it, you don't have to get it. The same way Satan told Eve in the garden, you should not surely die. You see, they speak with forked tongues. They make you think you're not going to die, or they make you think you're going to lose your job, or they make you think it's going to help you. If you don't do your research, because they even put it out there and show you in their movies and other things, they come out and tell you it's bad for you. But if you can't read between the lines and connect the dots and you go out and do it, they're not under their Babylonian Talmud. They're not held liable. That's on you. That's your fault. You can't be mad at them. Now, the reason they have a court, and to this day, I don't believe anybody's ever won a case in the court. They're not held liable for you voluntarily making the decision, regardless how much pressure they put on you, to go and roll up your sleeve or stick your behind out and get stuck with a scorpion stinger. That's what she's talking about now.
But in this case, I didn't kill you. Your parasites killed you. I know that sounds a little odd, but I think it goes along with everything else in this whole mess. So here's my parasite worldview hypothesis. Okay. Parasites slowly increase in your body over a lifetime. The mother worm lays 20 to 200,000 eggs a day. And it doesn't necessarily need to be worms. These could be microscopic. If there are any general surgeons out there, I know what you're saying. I open up the gut all the time and I don't see parasites, because these are intracellular parasites or microscopic parasites. And they're not something that most people would see.
So think about it, family. If you were living 2,000 years ago, before the invention of microscopes, before the invention of modern day surgery, and you're living in this time and a person exhibited a disease or a sickness or a mental health issue that you could not see, what would you say they're dealing with? You would say they're dealing with a demon. The demon is causing a disease. It's only in our modern day technology where we have the ability to have microscopes to zoom in, ultra zoom, magnification, the ability to open people up or to be able to get access to their body, to be able to actually even see these things. So really what we're seeing are demons operating on a microscopic level in a biological form that with the naked eye is invisible, right? We really shouldn't be able to see them. That technology shouldn't even really exist, okay? But that technology allows us to see the demon working on a microcellular level that without it is naked to the eye. That's the demon working in our biology.
Occasionally, you have actual gut parasites, and they are higher up where general surgeons generally don't go. You're mostly in the colon. These are in the small intestine for the most part. So over a lifetime, these egg sacs, most of them pass out of the body, but some of the 200,000 laid every day go into your cells and become cysts. Okay, they're encysted. They're walled off by the body as cysts. As more cysts are present, then it takes more of your immune system to keep them in check. And more of your immune system working to keep them in check means autoimmune disease. So what do we see? We see that people have the cancer gene, but they don't get cancer at age 10. When do they get cancer? They still have the same gene. They get cancer at age 50 or 60 or 70 because now they've got their immune system cannot keep the parasites in check and they start growing and we see it and call it cancer. Apparently under the, and this is something I learned from Brian Ardis, whose friend is a serious 40-year Egyptian parasitologist. And Egyptian parasitologists, they're kind of on the top of that pyramid because, no pun intended, because they know they have parasites. They have all sorts of parasites and they're very astute about this, right? Well, he was talking to him one time and Brian said to him, I see, when I look at a parasite egg sac under the microscope and I see cancer under the microscope, they look identical. And this guy just looked at him kind of wide-eyed and said, in 40 years of doing parasitology, I've never had an oncologist, cancer doctor, make that association. But in parasitology, we do it all the time, which says to me they know, but they can't speak or they'll lose their funding. But as the autoimmune disease, the point is, as you get older and your immune system is overtaxed, kind of like a computer that's got too many things running in the background, it can't keep these all in control. And then we start seeing autoimmune disease. And when you get a little older, we start seeing cancer. Now, this is like the Roman Empire. This is my metaphor. When the Roman Empire was small, the sentries could easily guard the empire. But as the empire gets bigger and bigger, then it was harder. You didn't have enough sentries to really guard the empire. And then my ancestors, the Goths and Visigoths, they'd sneak in and then destroy things and wreak havoc. So that's what happens in your body. Your immune system just gets overtaxed when you get too many egg parasites to take care of. Now, the next point is, those are our parasites. What if we're dealing with a synthetic parasite? And we actually, Dr. Larry Palevsky and I talked about this way back. Notice the date on this. This is January, February, March, April, May, June, July 15th of 2021. We talked about the spike protein being a toxin, a synthetic toxin, a synthetic poison, not a viral agent. And so that was what we were talking about then. But Karen Kingston has really figured out a lot more about this. Now, what this is one of my favorite people that is also one of her favorite people, Professor James Giordano. And I say he's our favorite villain scientist. I don't know him personally and I don't want to say too much, but I'm just saying, this is creepy, bad James Bond, Dr. Evil stuff that is coming out here. And here's what he's saying. He's saying exemptions for health and routine experimental use may foster a gray zone within which investigations for viability and employment as weapons may be undertaken. So he speaks in very flowery kind of convoluted English. But what he's saying here is that you can't make a bioweapon, a neural weapon, and overtly do it because that violates the the ethical constraints. But because we're under the guise of health and human wellness experimentation, you can experiment on everything, including bioweapons. That's essentially what I think he's saying there. Now, he gives a talk about the brain is the current and future battle space.
Y'all remember this video? And this particular man that's been speaking lately about how they can cause disease, they can create disease through frequency and control the brain through the frequency.
He says you can access, assess, and affect the brain. And that's what we're talking about here with synthetic parasites. These things go all over. And what is the point here? The point is that these things are made with hydrogel that is not just a polymer that absorbs water like we know things do. This is a polymer that's cross-linked that absorbs water that also is genetically engineered, that can reproduce itself, that can grow, okay? And it can respond to the stimulus from the outside, including wavelength. That's called smart genetically engineered hydrogel. Now, he was a member of the neuroethics subcommittee, a member of this organization, IEE Brain, and he was the chairman of the neuroethics subcommittee. This is the kind of thing, though, that they have on their website: distributed wireless networks of micro implants for neural recording and stimulation.
And what did the parasite that the cat has the ability to put into the environment that people can then receive that controls the brain, right? So you have the biological parasite that has the ability to control the brain. And they're also been developing the synthetic that once inside of you will give them the ability to control the brain. Before the chip even gets put in, before the RFID is even implanted, you're already under the control of the.
So they always do it under the guise of it being a disease. Like, we're going to treat Parkinson's. I can't tell you how many times I've heard we're going to solve Parkinson's. Well, what is happening with this? We're seeing more of it, right? We're seeing more ALS, Parkinson's, strokes, everything neurologic, coma. I mean, just shutting your brain down. Guillain-Barré. I studied in the Queen Square Institute of Neurology, and I never saw a case of Guillain-Barré, 800-bed hospital of neurologic patients. I see it now. Okay, now this is what Karen Kingston has come up with, and I think she's going to turn out to be completely right here, that they couldn't make this work with biologic genetic material. They couldn't make the bioweapon that way. So what they did is they made an artificial hydrogel of this smart GE hydrogel, and it is the spike protein. Now, this is the picture on the.
So the big thing here we're dealing with is all right, and it has the spikes on it. So therefore, when it comes in contact with the cell, it sticks into the cell, and like a parasite takes control over the cell because the spike allows it to remain intact. It's like, you're sticking a spike in the side of a mountain, you're climbing the mountain. When you spike into something, you're wedged in now. So the spike protein attaches itself to our cells, and this is the parasite that she's talking about, a synthetically created parasite, not one found in nature.
Right is what they call the spike protein. Just one little part of it. But this is the thing on the right is CGI. It's nothing. It's scary. Oh, spike protein. It sounds really scary. It's no more scary than my dryer ball that looks quite similar, only blue. But this thing on the left that this hypodermic needle is pointing to, that is a nanoparticle bioweaponized smart hydrogel. And I think that may be what we're dealing with. It would also explain these big rubbery clots. These things are white, and they can make long clots. Now, what her point is that these things are AI created, and they may in fact be AI themselves. They may actually have contact with the mother artificial intelligence and bring that into you. But they are acting like parasites, and they're synthetic. And they're controllable. So the spike protein has two configurations. In one configuration, it can't attack your ACE2 pathway. But given the right wavelength, these things conform to the other configuration. Now they can hook into your ACE2 pathway and make you sick. And they're made out of this genetically engineered hydrogel. So picture this. What could have happened, and what I believe had happened, without knowing this part of it, I believed from the get-go that this was a contact pathogen. So they're spreading this stuff in the air, the water, you name it. They spread it on surfaces. But then where they turn on 5G, people start getting sick because they've got this stuff in them, and it reacts to it. It now binds with the ACE2 pathway, and it makes you sick. You start losing your sodium. You start doing all the things we associate with the ACE2 pathway. And this does explain everything we see, okay? Now, it's also, these things are self-replicating, so it could also explain shedding. So this is my view of what happened in 2020 during the outbreak. First, you had on the left of this bell-shaped curve, phase one of the war against humanity here, the biowar. Phase one was spread this gel around in Wuhan, and then in Lombardy, and then in New York City. I can tell you, in my state of Iowa, a friend of mine looked at the outbreaks of COVID, came right along Highway 80 up which goes east-west across the state, right across the state in kind of a regular pattern. These outbreaks went, that wasn't all over the state randomly. It was right up Highway 80 primarily. Those were the big outbreaks, okay? And then they turned on the 5G in Wuhan and made it look really scary. But then I was graphing every day the death count, and you could see that the death count started to go back down in America and in other countries, just like a normal seasonal death season, right? But they then implemented these fake tests to convince everybody that, oh, it was all over the place, it was getting worse, even in the face of diminishing death.
So then they introduced the Egyptian stick, the brain swab to be shoved up through the nose. And we showed earlier the fibers that were looking as if they were alive, like silver strands at the who knows what's going on with that swab, right? Started putting that up people's nose for testing to make sure you didn't have this new boogeyman disease, right?
Okay, it was getting worse and everybody had to be afraid. So the death count was coming down, and then people were afraid, so they went out and got this contained the same genetically engineered hydrogel toxic pseudoprotein, and now they're having results from that. Now, there are also other toxins in the, including the graphene oxide, which we can talk about, but I don't think those are long-term problems. Those are short-term problems. I think graphene oxide probably gets excreted through the kidney. I mean, not through the kidney, through the liver, very much like carbon-60 does. So I don't think that's a long-term problem, but in the short term, graphene oxide damages you by stripping out the negative charges in the vascular tree and causing clotting, causing rouleau formation and probably clotting. But those are the normal clots. What we're seeing later that the morticians are taking out of people are these big whitish, rubbery, weird clots. That would go along with the hydrogel. Okay, and this is the idea that this thing is conformable, that 5G makes it change its 3D spatial shape, and that now can hook in and make you sick because they can turn the disease on and off to some degree. And that, oh, by the way, and that depends on how many 5G nodes they have, right? So the solution to this is to not allow them to build 1 million 5G towers and take down the Starlink, and in the short term to do EMF mitigation.
Remember, during the lockdown, there was only one type of worker that could actually go outside and work, and that was your 5G workers to lay that infrastructure. They were the only ones that could go outside and work, right? But now she's talking about the EMF mitigation. How do you mitigate the EMF frequencies so that they cannot use those frequencies to then penetrate your body to cause these synthetic parasites or whatever else, radiation poisoning, to then affect your immune system or affect your health, to allow the parasites to wreak havoc?
Which I'm going to mention. But really the quickest thing we can do right now is anti-parasiticals. And that's why I made this video. And now I'm going to tell you how to do it. Now,
anti-parasiticals. We're going to be talking a lot about that, hopefully, in, not just this broadcast, but going forward. How do we rid the body of the parasites?
Here, well, in a couple minutes, I got this to say. So here's a picture of parasites in the bloodstream. The little round things are your red blood cells, and the little purple things are stained. Those look like trypanosomes, but they're a small parasite, right, that swims around in you. Now, all parasites are not in the bloodstream. Parasites encysted, and these are some pictures of encystment of parasites. Here's one in the muscle. That could be like, there's a bunch of them that do that, but the classic one is the pork tapeworm and the pork trichinosis parasite that can encysted in the muscle like that. And then in the far right, we have a brain that has a little white lesion there. That's a parasitic cyst in the brain.
And again, the parasites can go into the brain, and we see people lose their minds once the parasite is in the brain. All type of mental health issues, mental health disorders, and on and on.
And here's a guy that's obviously dead because this is a pathology specimen, and this is multiple cysts in the brain. The most common reason for that is cysticercosis, or it's a tapeworm that's very common in Mexico and in South America. So that's what it does to your brain. So the point is, we have to not only destroy the parasites that you could see in your stool sometimes or in your blood, but we must destroy the cysts. And here's how we do it. So, we need medicines. I love the fact that, remember George Carlin used to have the 7 words, dirty words you couldn't say on TV. And well, now you can say them all, but you cannot say fact, you'll go to jail for chlorine dioxide. So anything I say from now on is not meant as official medical advice. This is what I do for myself. If it's an educational program, you can choose what you're going to do for yourself. Now, to get rid of parasites, I did this. I used two drugs. I used fenbendazole, which is Panacure C. That is the common drug that people take they go to the vet.
Now we're gonna bypass those here because we're not gonna talk about those, at least not tonight. All right. Let's move here.
And I used these two drugs. Now here's how I did it. Okay. And here's why. So the first thing you have to understand, and this is why parasites are hard to get rid of, is that you have a mother parasite and you have baby parasites, right? The mother lays 20,000 to 200,000 eggs a day. While the mother is alive, those eggs don't hatch. But if you kill the mother, then you will have to then face the fact that the mother gives out a hormone, and now you're going to have to kill the babies, and you have to dissolve the cyst. So there's a lifetime program here that this cyclic therapy. And so
let's move past those and come here.
And you can look that up. Okay, so this is why you cycle the treatment. So you start out with mother parasite and her babies, and the mother has laid these eggs and they're encysted in you. Now, the mother doesn't want to suddenly have to fight for 1 million baby parasites in order to not, in order to be alive in your gut or wherever she is. So she puts out a hormone that keeps the baby parasites from encysting or from coming out of the cyst and joining her, right? So she's by herself, she's laying all these eggs, and these things are sitting in their cysts, but their cysts are getting bigger. I mean, the cysts are getting more numerous all over your body. Well, then what happens? Well, then we kill the mother parasite. And what does that do? Well, that makes the hormone go away. And what does that do? That makes the parasite now hatch out. Now, if you go too long before you treat yourself again, you won't just have a few hatched out parasites. You'll have more and more parasites until you're really toxic. And that's a real problem. And that's called a Herxheimer reaction.
So understanding that when you're dealing with parasites, and this is the reason why the detox is so important, because the parasites lay eggs. Okay, so after you kill the first parasite, the eggs hatch. You have to then come back with another cycle. Or if you're just doing the things we're going to talk about, then you're going to keep at least the amount of parasites to a very, very low number. Okay, but this is just understanding the cycle of how parasites work. They lay eggs, eggs hatch. So it's a process if you're dealing with a serious parasite problem and parasite maintenance. It's how, what we need to understand their life cycle.
And if you don't get a lot of detail, I'm laying it out. I hope to be detailed, but this is the biggest issue I got to talk to you about, is why you have to cycle and how you cycle the parasite program. If you just take parasite medicine every day or once a week, it's not just randomly, it's not going to really do it. You have to take enough to kill the parasite, the mother parasite. Then you have to wait a specific waiting time until you do it again. And if you wait too long, you're going to have all these baby parasites hatch out, and then you're going to kill them at your next time you take the parasite medicine, and you will not be a happy camper, because what it does, these dead parasites in your body will give you an IgE histamine reaction. And
so if what she's saying is, and this is the reason why we're going to go into it, is whenever you're going through and you're dealing with some of these medications, you have to be careful, because if you don't do it in the right protocol, there are protocols for these things, then all these parasites can hatch because you didn't do it the right way. And then when you go for your next cycle, you could kill all those parasites. And now your body's having a reaction, like an allergic reaction, which is called a Herxheimer reaction. And that comes with all different kinds of symptoms, flu symptoms, diarrhea, throwing up. You see what I'm saying? So parasite protocols aren't something you just go and do outside of like just using natural herbs. But like some of these medications, you have to understand what you're using, how to use it, be under the care of a doctor so that you can have the best experience when you're using it and to make sure that you're using the right dosage. All right.
And that's what gives you cold. That's what cold is essentially. You're getting watery eyes, sneezing, and you can get muscle aches and pains and fatigue, and you can feel like you have, quote, the flu, but it's just dead parasites. This is why we have to change our speech, because it's all toxins, okay? Dead parasites are toxins, okay? So this is what happens. So the key is don't wait too long. Now, let's say you take the drug, and after the very first time you take the drug, you start having this reaction. Then you need to cut down on the dose of the drug and go slower, or you have a rash. People say, oh, I took the drug and I got whatever it was, whether it was chlorine dioxide or any of these drugs. I took the drug and I got a rash. Well, you can switch drugs, but it's unlikely that it's an allergy to the drug. What happened is you're normally naturally allergic to dead parasites. That's what's happening. So every time you get a rash, think toxin, don't think disease. So here's how you cycle. You start with a very short cycle, okay?
Okay, so we're going to bypass that. So, just giving us more insight on parasites, okay, and the synthetic parasite and what we're up against. And now, now that we understand prophecy, we're seeing what's happening in our reality, that we are at a serious war, and there's a serious invasion of the Shedim, incursion happening right now. How do we now put ourselves in position to withstand and win this battle, right, that's coming with this invasion? So we're gonna go through those things now. Right, we're gonna go through those things. Let me pull up Ephesians chapter 6. And of course, the first thing is spiritual. It doesn't matter what you do physically. It doesn't matter what supplements you're taking, medicines you're taking. If you are not right spiritually, you are going to lose this battle, and those supplements are going to have little to no effect. That's what we first must understand. Right? And when you look here on your screen on the left, you have parasites that are magnified to a certain level to where you can actually see them up close. Right? That's on your left. You get to ask yourself, man, those things look hideous. What do they look like? Well, then you go on your right and you look on your right. What do you see on your right? You see demons. Right? Different types of demons. And if you look and you compare the two, very, very similar in appearance. Right? So earlier, we read Ephesians 6 about not wrestling with flesh and blood, that we're wrestling against powers of darkness, rulers of darkness, principalities, spiritual wickedness in high places. So what does Paul say we must do? Verse 11 says, put on the whole armor of God, that ye may be able to stand against the wiles of the devil. Well, what is the full armor of God? You have verse 13 says, wherefore take unto you the whole armor of God, that ye may be able to withstand, because that word withstand, in the evil day, and having done all, to stand. Stand therefore, having your loins girt about with truth, having on the breastplate of righteousness, your feet shod with the preparation of the gospel of peace, above all, taking the shield of faith, wherewith ye shall be able to quench all the fiery darts of the wicked. Interesting that darts have a needle, right, on the tip of them as well, the fiery darts, and take the helmet of salvation and the sword of the Spirit, which is the word of God. So if you don't have those key components in your life, you stand no chance against withstanding the incursion of the Shedim. You cannot fight this with in a physical way. The weapons of our warfare are not carnal. The herbs, the supplements, they're just there to supplement on a biological level, because the body and the spirit are one. So yes, there are biological elements to this, but Paul didn't say go run to the herb field or to the herb store and get herbs. That wasn't his first thing. He told people how to withstand. Now notice what he says next in verse 18. He says, praying always with all prayer and supplication in the Spirit, and watching thereunto with all perseverance and supplication for all saints. So let's talk about prayer, but let's not only talk about praying. Let's talk about praying with something else. We're in Matthew 17. Let's check this out. It says Jesus here, but we know that is YASHAYA. His name was YASHAYA in the Hebrew. Heals a boy with a demon. And they were come to the multitude. There came to him. And when they were come to the multitude, there came to him a certain man kneeling down to him and saying, Lord, have mercy on my son, for he is a lunatic and sore vexed, for oft times he falleth into the fire and oft into the water. What is a lunatic? A lunatic is someone who is moonstruck or crazy. When did they say that the parasites come out? At nighttime and also when it's a full moon. So you understand now why they have all these vampire and werewolf stories of people transforming when it's a full moon, and how when it's a full moon out they say people act crazy. And also we saw where the parasites could control a person's mind and make them a lunatic. We also have here in the Thayer's epilepsy, being supposed to return and increase with the increase of the moon. So as the moon increases and becomes full, people get crazier through the parasite, through the demon. So this is what now Christ is having to deal with this son of this man. This son has this demon in him. So how did he deal with this? Verse 16 tells us, and I brought him to thy disciples, and they could not cure him. So the disciples tried to cure him, and they couldn't cure him. So what was YASHAYA's answer? Verse 17, then YASHAYA answered and said, O faithless. Remember, what did Paul tell us in Ephesians 6 with the armor of God? Above all, take what? The shield of faith. And perverse generation, how long shall I be with you? How long shall I suffer you? Bring him hither to me. Verse 18, and YASHAYA rebuked the devil, and he departed out of him, and the child was cured from that very hour. So he cast the demon out. The parasite is gone. Then came the disciples to YASHAYA apart and said, why could not we cast him out? Verse 20, and YASHAYA said unto them, because of your unbelief. They didn't have the shield of faith. For verily I say unto you, if you have faith as a grain of mustard seed, ye shall say unto this mountain, remove hence to yonder place, and it shall remove. And nothing shall be impossible unto you. So that's the first thing. Do you have your shield of faith? If you're scared of the demon, if you don't believe that the demon can leave or that you can be healed or cured, it won't happen. It's psychological. Okay? It's psychological for those who are looking to cast out the demon and those who are dealing with the demon. Have to have faith. Have to believe. Confidence. Also, at the end of that faith, at the end of that armor, what did Paul say? All prayer and supplication. Verse 21. Howbeit, this kind goeth not out but by prayer and fasting. Prayer and fasting. What is fasting? Abstinence from lack of food. And we're living in a society where everybody is gorging themselves, stuffing themselves. Gluttony. Never can get enough food, never can get enough to eat. No one is fasting. This kind only leaves the body through fasting. You know, it takes faith to fast, because a lot of times people, when they think about fasting, they're thinking to themselves, I'm going to be hungry. I'm not going to be able to make it if I fast. I'm not going to have any energy. That's a part of faith too. That you can fast and make it through the fast. Now, there are different lengths of fast or different levels of fasting. So yeah, there could be some factors there to determine the type of fasting. But understand, some sicknesses are not going to leave you until you starve the demon out. The parasite is looking to suck nutrients in. How do you get the parasite to leave? Starve it of the nutrients. Abstain, abstinence. The parasite has no more food. It's either going to leave, thinking it can go out of you to try to get in nature and find more food, or it's going to die. Which brings us to our first video dealing with the biological understanding of fasting. Here it is being broken down from a scientific explanation from another doctor. Autophagy. What is autophagy? Let's hear this doctor speak about fasting and autophagy.
In this video, I'll uncover everything you need to know about autophagy, including the benefits it has to offer, and of course, the different methods that you can use in order to induce autophagy in your body. If you have any interest in naturally improving your health, then you've probably come across the topic of autophagy. In the health science community, it's been highly researched over the past many years because of good reasons, because it's been shown to help reduce the risk of disease. It's been shown to help make your body function better on a daily basis. And so in this video, what I'm going to teach you is, first of all, what is autophagy? We're going to talk about the benefits it has to offer, and then the multiple ways that you can actually go in and induce autophagy in your body. But before we get started, I'm Dr. Zarowski, and welcome to the channel. If you're new to the channel, it's a pleasure to have you here. Be sure to subscribe, hit that bell notification, and be sure to join our notification community. That way I can help you excel your health and your life. Let's go ahead and dive right in with what is autophagy. Let's talk about what the actual definition of it is. It's the consumption of the body's own tissue as a metabolic process occurring during starvation or certain diseases. And there's another definition of it: destruction of damaged or redundant cellular components occurring in the vacuoles within the cell. Now, when you look at these definitions, they sound a little grim, they sound a little daunting. We're seeing words like starvation, we're seeing words like disease. We're thinking, do we really want to use this? And the truth is that there's so many different benefits of autophagy. We're going to get to those in just a moment. First, I want to give a brief overview of how autophagy actually works. Now, first of all, when induced, and I'm saying when induced because we actually have to induce autophagy. I'm going to teach you that in just a moment, but we want to make sure that we're inducing autophagy to get the benefits. When we induce it, here's essentially what's happening. There's the autophagosome that's going to go around and it's going to collect these broken down cellular components. So you can imagine this autophagosome picking up all these pieces. After it does that, it goes and it combines with something called the lysosome. And once it's combined, it essentially goes and recycles these broken down cellular components, making them into new cells, and also it's utilizing them for energy.
So basically, when you fast and you go into this state of autophagy, your body starts to break stuff down. So that's a big part of what we must do for healing, for those that have taken those that are maybe have some shedding going on, that are affected from shedding. Maybe, we have stuff that we've absorbed in our environment through air, water, food. and we're looking to keep our bodies and our immune systems healthy and strong, we must break stuff down that's in our body that shouldn't be in our body. Now, this is just dealing with cells, but it's also going to go into other stuff like parasites, toxins, poison, stuff that needs to be broken down so that it cannot work in our body and so that it can then be removed from the body. That's what fasting has the power to do. Now, we're reading the scriptures and it's saying fast. We might not necessarily understand the scientific or the understanding behind why to fast, but now here we have doctors explaining what happens when we fast, so we can understand it on a biological level.
Now, when we look at the benefits this has to offer, it's truly amazing. And it's just so cool to see something like autophagy, where your body's basically going and recycling broken down old parts and utilizing them as building blocks for new cells and new parts, and even for more energy. Let's talk about the benefits it has to offer, because this is so important. Now, when we look at the benefits of autophagy, there's a lot of them. So let's go ahead and start with the mitochondria. Let's talk about the body's energy system. So one of the things it's going to do is it's going to help regulate mitochondria function. Now, due to a lot of oxidative stress that people are coming across on a daily basis, the mitochondria in many cases doesn't function too well. And that's why so many people have chronic fatigue and just a general overall lack of energy. Inducing autophagy is going to help clean up those mitochondria and help them run more efficiently, giving you more energy. It also is going to protect the nervous system against injury and disease. Very important for people who have Alzheimer's in their family, dementia in their family, neurological conditions in their family. So important. It also is going to help improve cognitive function, and it's going to help encourage the growth of new brain cells. Who doesn't want that? Once again, like I said, if you're someone who has different neurological diseases in your family, you want to make sure you're encouraging those brain cells.
Notice how when you fast, for those who have fasted, notice after you fast how much clearer your brain is, how much sharper your mind is. Because through this process of autophagy, your brain cells are being recreated, right? You're creating new brain cells. So now your brain is becoming sharper. You're feeling lighter. Stuff is being broken down and being removed out of the body that is just taking up space or taking up energy or harming you that shouldn't be there.
To grow. We also want to make sure that if we're just someone who wants to be able to have more focus and clarity, that we're using ways to induce autophagy as well. It also is going to help with anti-aging and longevity. It's going to support the growth of heart cells, and the studies suggest basically that it's going to help protect against heart disease. And this is so important because heart disease is one of those top killers of people today. It also is going to help boost and balance the immune system. This is also important. If we look at how many people who have hyperimmunity, people who are going around allergy-ridden, skin rashes, all this stuff, their immune systems are their gut is using fasting in order to help balance the immune system and improve immunity is going to be so powerful. Next thing we want to do here is remove pathogens and toxins from the cell. We live in a very, very toxic world today that all these toxins bioaccumulate in the body. Using these methods can help clear them out. It also is going to help protect the DNA. And then lastly, and probably most importantly for a lot of us, it's going to help fight against disease.
Fight against disease. So oftentimes when you are looking at scriptures and you see people fasting, why are they fasting? A lot of times people are fasting because they're dealing with a disease. And the fasting helps them overcome the disease.
If you're someone who has cancer in your family, if you're someone who has neurological diseases in your family, fasting and autophagy is an absolute must. It is so important. The research shows again and again that this natural method will help reduce the risk of these diseases.
He said it's an absolute must. Christ told us that some spirits only go out through prayer and fasting. So not only did Christ tell us, but you have a doctor saying the same thing. Right? You have diseases. Maybe you have a disease that typically appears in your family, which could be a demon passed down from generation to generation. You must fast to get that out of you.
And, you know, if you've seen your family go through this, you certainly don't want to. I know that I've seen many of my family members go through cancer, go through dementia, and it's horrible. It's horrible to not only have to live through, but it's also horrible to watch. So we'll make sure that we're using these methods. Now let's go ahead and talk about how we can do it, because this is very important. We would need to know how to induce autophagy. First on our list is going to be fasting, and many of you know about this. So when we look at the research of how fasting can induce autophagy, basically what the research is showing showing us is that for the best results, it's going to start at about 24 hours. So you're going to have to fast for about 24 hours and then move forward from there. And so if we want the best results with autophagy, think of 24 hours plus. A lot of people go and do 3-day fast, 4-day fast, 7-day fast. That's where you're going to get the absolute most benefit. I'm going to move on, but I'll circle back to fasting and tell you how you can actually get better results in shorter fasting hours. Now, the next here is the ketogenic diet. You want to get keto adapted. There's some studies that suggest the ketosis can cause starvation-induced autophagy. A lot of people are following the ketogenic diet today for a lot of good reasons, and it's helping them improve their quality of life and improve their health overall. Now, if we use the ketogenic diet, it also can help induce autophagy according to some of the new research. The next here is exercise. Basically, what they found is that those who exercise have higher autophagy-related markers of gene activity. So what this basically is saying is if you're someone who has exercised on a regular basis, let's say 5 days a week for 5, 10 plus years, essentially you're going to have higher amounts of autophagy-related markers of gene activity. And so exercising we know is good, but if you're exercising on the regular, it's even better. We're also going to look at exercise as a way to help induce autophagy in another way. One study suggests that exercise induces autophagy in multiple organs, muscles, the liver, pancreas, and adipose tissue.
And if we look in our society, especially here in America, what are most people not doing? Most people aren't fasting, they're eating a lot, gluttonous, and they're not exercising. So you're in the exact opposite of autophagy or fasting that would induce this healing mechanism. You're actually putting yourself into a hole of sickness.
And so when we take these different methods and we combine them together, we're going to get the best results. And that's where I'm going to circle back to fasting. So if we are fasting and we're doing the ketogenic diet and we're exercising, you're going to be able to actually induce autophagy in a much shorter period of time. There's some research that suggests that some people are able to do it in 14, 16 hours. And so utilizing multiple methods in order to induce autophagy, stacking those natural methods, you're going to get better results even from there. So we want to make sure that not only do we utilize fasting, but some of these other methods in order to help induce autophagy. Now, if you want to learn more about fasting, ketogenic diet, exercise, I'll put links to resources in the description below. I have a complete guide to fasting, a complete guide to the ketogenic diet, and they're going to help you get the best results when you want to induce autophagy. Be sure to give this video a thumbs up, share it with your friends.
Also, when you fast, what you also do is there's so much energy that comes with digestion, absorption, right? Elimination. Your body is spending so much energy into that, it can't spend energy on healing, right? So you stay sick. And here's the article that would go with a said video like that here on healthline.com, autophagy, what you need to know. You will get this. I'm not going to go into it. It basically breaks down what autophagy is, gives you some more understanding. The benefits, pretty much what we've already just heard. Okay, you will get this. More on fasting and autophagy. Okay, another doctor, Daniel Morrell, MD, or Morrell, MD. Next doctor, Dr. Eric Berg. What is autophagy and the real reason why it exists? Going to watch a few videos here from him breaking down autophagy.
So today we're going to talk about the real reason why autophagy exists. Now, what is autophagy? Autophagy is a condition of the body where you're taking things that the body does not need anymore and putting it through a recycler and spitting out brand new amino acids for both fuel and to be used as raw material to build tissue, because a lot of the body is made from amino acids, protein. Now, that's really in simple terms what it is. Now, why did we create this system? Well, we created it for one reason: to cope with starvation. There's something about starvation that is against our survival. Okay, we don't last long when we starve ourselves. But this system was created over eons, not just in our bodies, but other organisms as well, to cope with starvation or not eating. So during starvation, as a survival mechanism, our body will basically take these damaged proteins that we don't need anymore and just turn those into fuel and turn them into raw materials so we can not be deficient of certain building blocks. But the other really cool thing about this is that these damaged proteins are very toxic to our body, and it's behind diabetes type 2, Alzheimer's, Parkinson's.
So even the cells that are damaged in our bodies that aren't parasitical, but they're still toxic to our health. In order for these cells to be broken down, we must fast and go through autophagy so these cells can be broken down, or else they continue to live damaged and unhealthy in our bodies. You see that? What happens if a parasite hijacks a damaged or a dying cell, and you're not fasting to let that cell be broken down along with the parasite to be removed from the body? You see, so that's typically what a parasite is going to be looking for, the damaged or the cell that's not the healthiest. So it's going to help keep those cells out of our body so the stronger cells can fight off the parasites.
So it's very, very beneficial for your survival to get these out of the body. The other thing about autophagy is that it will eliminate microbes and because here's the problem. You can't kill a but this is one way of getting rid of some of these microbes out of the body. Now, what is a damaged protein? Okay, let's just take the misfolded protein first. To understand this, I just have to explain a little bit about DNA. DNA is basically the blueprints for making proteins, okay? So we have the DNA that is then copied to something called the so the which is a copy, travels out of the highly protected fortress, that's called a nucleus, into the space outside that, still within the cell, to a protein factory, okay? It's called the ribosome. So these blueprints now are given to this little factory to make proteins, and it spits out this chain of amino acids in a certain sequence, okay? Then that folds, okay? So it combines in a certain pattern. Looks kind of strange, but that's what proteins look like. And then it's activated. So a folded protein is a 3D activated protein. And I'm not just talking about hair, nails, and skin. I'm talking about enzymes that help you digest, hormones, proteins that help detoxify. They do many things in the body. So when that protein misfolds, so it's folded in the wrong way, it doesn't work anymore and it accumulates in the body. And it can turn into something called amyloid plaquing. And that's what's in the cells that make insulin in diabetes type 2. That's also in the brain in Alzheimer's patients. So the problem with this is that it gets stuck in there and it inhibits function. Okay? But guess what? Autophagy can get rid of this. And by the way, you need zinc also to help degrade this protein. So this is one type of protein. Then you have oxidized protein. When you combine something with too much oxygen, it can be altered in a certain way, kind of like iron. If you expose it to oxygen, it turns into rust, okay? So if you just envision this as this oxygen can rust out your proteins and damage them, and then they don't work anymore. Well, guess what? Your body can actually take these and recycle them. Then you have mutated proteins, which are altered maybe by a chemical or radiation or something like that. And then guess what? That protein doesn't work. It can be recycled though. Then you have something called glycated proteins. When you combine sugar with protein, you alter it and you make it very, very unusable and sticky and it clogs things up. One example I always use would be barbecued ribs. So you're taking these ribs, this meat, and then you're putting sugar sauce on it, and then you're cooking it. So when you're consuming that, you're consuming this damaged protein that doesn't work very well in the body. So it will clog things up and develop something called advanced glycation end products. I have a lot of videos on this. I'll put some links down below, but This stuff builds up, clogs things up. It can actually get into your eye, into the lens of the eye, and cause cataracts. Well, guess what? Autophagy cleans all this stuff up. But here's what you need to know. This system of autophagy is not really an on-off type mechanism. Your body is always going through autophagy. Well, maybe not always. If you have high levels of sugar in the body, there's probably no autophagy going on. Or if you have this severe inflammatory condition, you probably don't have any autophagy going on. But for most people, they have something going on. They have some type of recycling going on. Especially if you're doing keto or you're exercising, but most definitely when you're fasting. So the more fasting that you do, you can create these huge effects with autophagy. So it's all a matter about degrees. How much autophagy are you in? Because people will ask, well, how long do I have to fast before I get into autophagy? Well, you're already in autophagy. But I will say that when you get to 18 hours, you're in some pretty good autophagy. And as you go to 20 hours, it's more. If you go a little longer, it's going to be more. But there is going to be a certain point where it kind of plateaus. In some studies, you're saying 24 hours. In other studies, it's a little bit more, a little bit less. So they don't really know. The reason is because each part of your body has its own autophagy. For example, there's a type of autophagy which recycles mitochondria. That's the energy factor of the cell. There's other types of autophagy in your bone or in your lung or in your liver. So it's not an exact thing, and it's very difficult to calculate. However, if I were you, I would just focus on doing all three of these things and trying to get to 18 hours or a little longer. And also, as you exercise and you become more fit, your efficiency with autophagy improves. So you actually get more autophagy than someone just starting out. So the benefits of autophagy are huge. It's an anti-aging benefits, plus it's getting rid of things that are very unhealthy for your body that can end up in degenerative diseases and inflammation. So you have the combination of getting rid of this and enhancing new body tissue. It's pretty cool. All right, thanks for watching.
Okay, on to the next.
So let's talk about the antiviral effect of autophagy. What is autophagy? It means self-eat. Your body has a certain mechanism that it can break down things and recycle them. Autophagy is mainly known for breaking down damaged proteins in the body, but it also can deal with, clear out intracellular bacteria, fungus, candida, even nanobacteria that's hiding in the biofilms, which are little calcium igloos. It's quite fascinating that you have in your body right now this defense mechanism, this survival mechanism to keep these microbes outside the body.
Pretty much parasites, right? All those can go under some level of parasitical in nature.
Autophagy works with both parts of the immune system. On one hand, you have the innate immune system, which is something you're born with, and you have certain mechanisms like phagocytosis, where the neutrophils and the phagocytes actually engulf and other microbes and eat them. And then you also have the natural killer cells, which kill cancer cells. And so that's on the innate part. But it also is affected on the adaptive part, which is the other part of the immune system. That's also called the acquired immune system, where it learns from experience. What will happen in autophagy is that it will break down and it'll take a part of that and present it to the T cells. It'll be equivalent to taking a picture of some bad guy and giving it to immigration. So if they try to cross the border, they see this guy and then they take him down. There are certain killer T cells that can kill, but they need help to be able to identify and differentiate the good guys from the bad guys. Certain over time have evolved and they can resist autophagy, okay? But it really depends on the strength of your immune system, and there's other variables as well. There are certain that can get through the radar and exist inside your body, inside the cell. But we have autophagy as a mechanism to clear out these pathogens, and especially latent. What is a latent? It's a that goes in remission and kind of waits until the timing is just right, and then it comes out. So it might be reactivated when you're under stress, for example, and you're getting older and you're nutritionally deficient, and it comes out. But latent are the dormant that are not reproducing, maybe a little bit, but not to the point where your immune system can see them, and they just sit and they wait. Autophagy is a really good mechanism to clean out these. So in the future, if you do go through stress, those are not there. Now, most give subclinical type symptoms. So in other words, you might have been exposed to Epstein-Barr, and then when it gets reactivated, it's not going to necessarily create the full-blown infection. It may just cause you to be tired and run down. So it may give you a part of that infection, not the full-blown infections. You might have sore muscles, for example. Actually, there's quite a few people who have arthritis or chronic fatigue syndrome or fibromyalgia, which has this subclinical, partially active situation going on, in which case, either the autophagy is not working or there's some other stress state that they're in. And then you have other like the herpes that can come out as its full-blown infection. Autophagy is very important in decreasing viral loads and decreasing pathogens in general. And if you're not familiar with all the things that trigger autophagy, you definitely need to watch that video. I put that link down below. Here are some other really important remedies. Colloidal silver, very, very potent for elderberry extract. That binds to those little spikes in the preventing them from going into your body. Garlic, a very powerful antiviral. Olive leaf extract. And taking zinc can do a lot for as far as decrease the duration of infection, increase your resistance against getting an infection, and if zinc gets in the cell, it can actually kill certain. Anyway, check out the video down below and all the things that can trigger autophagy.
All right, one more here from Dr. Berg on autophagy, the effects of autophagy on infection.
So today I want to talk about the effects of autophagy on infections. Now, you may have heard me talk about in other videos of autophagy for recycling damaged proteins. But there's another really cool thing about autophagy, and it's called xenophagy, and that targets pathogen. So your immune system will use this mechanism to clean up microbes that shouldn't be there, like yeast, fungus, mold, and even candida. Now, it is true that, unfortunately, certain especially have adapted to this, and they have ways of evading this mechanism. So you might not handle all your microbes in your body, but it can definitely lessen the load. So what is autophagy for those people that are new? It's basically a condition where your body starts to eat up damaged protein and clean up microbes that shouldn't be there and recycle them into new amino acids and new materials. And the way that you would trigger this state is to do fasting. Okay, so you'd have to fast at least 18 hours to start seeing some really good autophagy. Autophagy is great for anti-aging. It's good for your immune system. It's good to clean up old damaged proteins that shouldn't be in your body, whether it's in your brain, in your organs, or whatever. And what's interesting is that when someone's sick, they naturally tend to lose their appetite. Animals in the wild, when they get an infection, they stop eating. And this could be the mechanism that helps them survive. So autophagy is an evolutionary pathway to help survival. Now, if you're new to my channel, I would highly recommend getting more information on how to do intermittent fasting correctly. I put some links down below because it has lots of benefits that go way beyond just losing weight. Now, this is a thing that I would recommend in addition to fasting if you're dealing with some type of infection or some type of chronic systemic immune weakness, whether it's autoimmune or some type of viral infection that maybe keeps coming back over and over and over. I would add some antiviral and antimicrobial herbs even when you're fasting. And because these normally come in capsules, it's not going to necessarily bump you out of ketosis very much, maybe a few minutes, if that. So garlic, that could be very, very beneficial. And I would take it in a little capsule form on an empty stomach. And you can take any one of these right here or a few of these, but you have garlic, St. John's wort, ginger, astragalus, and oregano. My favorites are oregano and garlic. And if you take these two on an empty stomach, I think that would actually really help to accelerate the process of dealing with the infection, in addition to the fasting to stimulate autophagy. Thanks for watching.
And okay, so that's it on Dr. Berg for fasting. One more video, and then we're going to move on to now medicines, herbs that we have pretty much knocked it out of the park when it comes to fasting, and now seeing what it does on a physical, biological level. This video is titled Fasting Cures Everything. What's the longest you've gone without eating? Have you tried intermittent fasting?
My food contains glucose, the fuel that feeds the trillions of healthy cells in my body. But that glucose also feeds something else. Zombie cells. Old, damaged cells that have lingered beyond their useful life. By spewing toxic sludge, these zombies infect other healthy cells, speeding up the aging process. Everything from hair loss and wrinkles to the onset of arthritis, cancer, and dementia. But what scientists have realized is that when we fast and cut off the supply of glucose, that zombie army is starved of energy, which saps them of their power. When food is plentiful, our body stores excess energy in the form of fat, under the skin and around the internal organs. When food is scarce, that fat is sent to the liver, where it's turned into an alternative fuel source called a ketone. And it's these ketones which provide the emergency power source, not only for our bodies, but also our brains. Remember those toxic zombie cells aging my body? Well, they're not the only things getting dealt with. Even inside my healthy cells, there's wear and tear. But scientists think that without food to process, those cells can switch into repair mode, fixing damage, cleaning up garbage, nipping any problems in the bud. With the zombies in check and the rest of me in tip-top condition, the future looks healthier and also longer.
So check it out, family. Even before we get to the herbs or the medicines, the Most High has given us a way to heal ourselves where we don't need anything, right? We don't need any food. We don't need any water. We don't need any herbs. We can simply heal ourselves just by not eating, not drinking. Now, there are different types of fasts, right? Total dry fast, no food, no water. You have liquid fast where you maybe just drinking water, or maybe you're drinking, juices, cold pressed juices, things like that. So there are different types of fasting, maybe just drinking teas, right? Which to me, anything more than that is really, you could do maybe a no meat fast and you're just doing vegetables and fruit, but really you want to do as least amount in a fast as you can, other than maybe something that's going to provide minerals. Water has minerals in it, cold pressed juices, providing minerals and enzymes, right? Teas, providing minerals, vitamins. So now let's move over to medicines. Medicines, herbs, therapies, protocols. And again, I must say this because just for, disclaimer purposes, I am not a doctor. Anything we discuss is for educational purposes only. I'll speak about things I've done in my experience. And brothers and sisters, you have to do your own research on this stuff. You have to get with your doctors to determine what's good for you. Everybody's different. So what works for one person may not work for another, and vice versa. All right. And there's a lot of research that goes into this stuff. This isn't stuff you just do without knowing exactly what dosage and things like that you are to take. Okay, so let me pull this up here. Let me find it. Where is it? So we have another doctor, Dr. Thomas E. Levy. Told you we were going to have a lot of doctors on here. Resolving long haul and toxicity, neutralizing the. So that's what we really are looking to do for those who have been, those who have become a victim of shedding, or those that are just looking to keep their immune system protected against the. Right? And I believe what we're going to discuss as far as these medicines / herbs, medications, can help for pretty much anything. All right. I believe if you're doing these, what we're going to talk about, it's going to be good for whatever it is you're dealing with. So this particular document that this doctor wrote, it talks about, what they have, calling the different things that people are dealing with when it comes to whether it's through shedding or and how to detox this out of our bodies. So it goes to the science behind some symptoms, the injury that it can cause, and what must we do to get this out of our bodies and heal ourselves. So I'm not going to talk about all these things. As you can see here, we have hydrogen peroxide nebulization. I'm not going to talk about that. Vitamin C, even though I'm not going to talk about it, I think it goes without saying. High levels of vitamin C, both in food and supplemental. It is water soluble, so it doesn't stay in the body very long. So you typically can take higher amounts of vitamin C supplementation and be good. Probably one of the two best vitamins other than maybe vitamin D. The B vitamins are definitely up there too, but vitamin C and vitamin D, probably the two top vitamins. Okay, we're going to talk about next. Hydroxychloroquine and chloroquine. You also have quercetin we talked about last night. Okay, so let's deal with here. Let's deal with ivermectin. Let me pull it up. Have a video here. Documentary. In the truth. Let's check it out, and then we're going to go into some information on here, so we can understand what is.
Of all the harmful misinformation spread over the past couple of years, one of the most disturbing false narratives was targeted at the Nobel Prize-winning human medicine. What you're about to see will reveal the motive behind the smear campaign against one of the safest and most effective medicines of this era. A medicine that, according to the numerous top scientists I've interviewed this year, could have ended the before it began.
So things are clearly bad, but they're being made even worse by people who have refused to take the and instead are swallowing horse paste.
Horse dewormer. There's no clinical evidence that indicates that this works.
It goes beyond that. We actually know that it doesn't work.
Is ineffective against
but could put you in a coma.
It can kill you.
It can kill you.
Turns out I got so we immediately threw the kitchen sink at it. All kinds of meds, monoclonal antibodies.
One of those drugs he mentioned is something more often used to deworm horses.
We should talk about that.
That bothered you.
It should bother you too. They're lying at your network about people taking human drugs versus drugs for veterinary.
Calling it a horse dewormer is not a flattering thing. I get that.
It's a lie.
They shouldn't have said that.
Why did they do that?
I don't know.
You're the medical guy over there.
I can be a very effective medication.
You are more likely to die from taking Tylenol than
yet the FDA calls this a dangerous horse deworming medicine.
What initially led this was an FDA Twitter account that used the term y'all to express denigration of horse drug. I have horses. The truth is that the that's used for horses by body weight is the same recommended for humans, but it's formulated and manufactured to a quality standard that's very different.
Lots of medicines are used in both animals and humans, so it's not a sufficient argument for somebody to say, it's a horse dewormer.
Yesterday, the CDC put out a national advisory on this, warning the whole country against taking this drug formulated for horses and cows and sheep.
With that memo fired to every doctor, then suddenly me and all my early treatment colleagues around the country, we were faced with problems like we'd never had before.
I work as an emergency room doctor. And not only an emergency room doctor, I teach advanced trauma life support, a course to other doctors that want to work in the emergency room on how to stabilize patients. We were being told there's nothing you can do. Just wait for Fauci and the FDA to acknowledge a that they were going to create, and there's no treatment, they said. Why would you want to decrease access to quality life-saving measures for people who are fighting a worldwide?
So it was the first time in history that we ever saw a doctor who could be prosecuted for using a generic, safe, and effective drug for the application that doctor thought was appropriate.
My group of five, the core five of us ICU doctors, collectively we're some of the most highly published doctors in the history of critical care medicine. Paul Marek is the most published practicing intensivist in the world.
As we sit here today, I'm the most published person in my field in history. But when hit, my clinical and academic world was turned upside down.
Twitter, in its wisdom, has decided to suspend the account of Dr. Robert Malone. Now, Robert Malone happens to be the inventor of the technology of making. His Twitter account has been suspended because he was allegedly spreading misinformation on. Let that sink in.
We have made contributions to our field for decades. So when we find ourselves like dismissed, and they'll do that to anyone, you're suddenly fringe.
Touted as a miracle prevention and cure by far-right commentators and anti-vaxxers.
I'm not, although I've been characterized as a right-wing Proud Boy. This is a bipartisan issue, and the physicians represented here are truly a bipartisan group.
Our lives started going sideways professionally. Paul started getting numerous complaints against him that he's never had in his career.
For the first time in my entire career, I could not be a doctor. I had to stand by idly. I had to stand by idly watching these people.
From the FDA, Emergency Use Authorization of Medical Products and Related Authorities. For the FDA to issue an emergency use authorization, there must be no adequate, approved, and available alternative to the candidate product for diagnosing, preventing, or treating the disease or condition.
All right, so I'm going to stop there because it's a pretty lengthy video, and I want to get to now. So what is a person may ask? It's something that can come with a prescription. You saw people getting it off the shelf because it is sold in stores as under the description of a horse dewormer or a livestock dewormer to fight parasites. Now, what we do know, what we've seen this guy show up in the vial. We've talked a lot about parasites. Synthetic parasites now being discovered in the vials that can be assembled through frequency. So would it not make sense that they would come out on a smear campaign against a drug or a medicine that is anti-parasitical? And somebody may say, well, it's a drug. I don't know. I'm not comfortable with taking drugs. Well, let's first understand, just because something is sold behind prescription doesn't necessarily mean that it would constitute a drug. We have to look at the origin of where it comes from. So we have an article here, IS Global, from soil to worms and beyond. Now we know the medicines come from the earth, right? So let's see. It says here, what do penicillin, aspirin, and have in common? Apart from the fact that they rhyme, all three belong to a very select group of drugs that can claim to have had the greatest beneficial impact on the health and well-being of humanity. They have at least two other things in common. All three were found in nature. It was found where? Where was it found? In nature, meaning it's natural. And all three led to a Nobel Prize. So how is a medicine that is found in nature in the same category as penicillin and aspirin, and some people are maybe even saying greater than those two, and won a Nobel Prize, all of a sudden, those who are looking to use that, doctors or people, are looking to be shut down, arrested, canceled in the midst of supposedly the biggest to ever hit the world, close the whole world down. But the only answer is the then came Paxlovid, none of which did what they said would do. But it's not going to work. You can't take that, and it's dangerous. So they started all this fear on. But if you don't know this history, then you may get caught up in the mainstream media's narrative. It says, and this brings us to not likely a drug you are having your first aid kit like aspirin or penicillin, but definitely a drug that has improved the lives of millions of people since its discovery in 1975. So it was discovered in 1975, and I'm going to show you, brothers and sisters, something here in a moment. Okay. You had Satoshi Omuru, a microbiologist who was credited with discovering, was hunting a new antibacterial compound and started to collect thousands of soil samples from around Japan. He cultured bacteria from samples, screened the cultures for medicinal potential, and sent them 10,000 kilometers away to Merck research labs in New Jersey, to William Campbell, tested their effect against parasitic worms affecting livestock and other animals. So, of course, with all drugs or herbs or medicines, they always test animals first to see, will this have an effect on parasites? So, basically, this soil and this bacteria is basically a bacteria that they found in the soil. The active component named was chemically modified to increase its activity and its safety. The new compound called was commercialized as a product for animal health in 1981 and soon became a top-selling veterinarian drug in the world. So they started using this in livestock in the 80s. And it was synthesized or fermented into so that it could be easy. It's easier for the body to recognize and use and make it safer. And they started then in Africa, people that were dealing with different diseases, river blindness from parasites. They started using this because it was approved for human use in 1987. So it was approved, 4 decades ago? And people have been using it for 4 decades. And there's little to no reports of anybody dying or any type of harmful side effects from using this drug. So it won a Nobel Prize. in 2015. But the emergency authorized first time medicine technology, which hasn't been tested for 4 decades, which we know little to nothing about the effects of taking it. You can take that, but you can't take the tried and true that's been around for 4 decades, that's done nothing but won Nobel Prizes, healed people, and is nothing but a simple bacteria that was discovered in the soil. It was called a game-changing drug with many potentials, even so much so that now it's coming out that the government has actually been using it in studies to see if it actually will treat and cure, and they've been getting very positive results, but they're not telling the public about these studies. They're pushing chemotherapy. They've also done studies on people that would have the symptoms, what they would call, and those studies are on the hush hush and are showing they have to admit that it's helping with people that would have those particular type of symptoms, right? Let me see, what else do we have here? So it just goes in to explain how it worked, and people in Africa were taking it and were ridding themselves of parasites. Okay. Mosquitoes that were actually biting people who had been taking lived a shorter lifespan, right? And has been looked at as a weapon against malaria transmitting mosquitoes. All right. So I'm here. It's actually in this doctor's list of things to use to fight against the shedding, because what they're saying is going to do is the spike protein is a parasite. It's going to actually neutralize that in the body, which is causing the sickness in people. Right? But see, our is cheap and it's been around for a while. It's not the latest. That comes with multiple rounds of boosters to continue to keep getting. You have to continue to keep getting the boosters. Right? And, myself, I've actually taken, and, they have those things out there where they say, well, if it says it's for animals, then that's the for animals. You can't take that. Well, there are doctors that say that that's not true, that all the is the same. It's coming from the same line as far as production. Right. So I could only tell people of my experience. I don't have a long experience of using it, but through using it, I can't say that anything bad has happened, that I noticed that, I took it and something bad happened. And even if something bad happened in a sense of a Herxheimer reaction where you take it and maybe you get sick, that could be, it could actually be showing you that it's working. Many people have taken it. Very few people, if any, have said that there's been any negative effects from taking it. All right. So all I'm telling you, brothers and sisters, to do is to research it. They have pharmacies out there where it can be prescribed. You have people who have taken it off the shelves. Those ones that say that it's for horses, the paste, the 1% solution, are the ones I've heard that people have had great success with. But there's ways how you use it, and it's according to body weight. So it's not something you just take without understanding it first. It's not something that you don't talk to doctors first. I've, dealt with many doctors on this to understand how it works and how to use it. Right. So that's my experience with it. And so now what we want to do, because ivermectin is a bacteria, it comes from the soil. So now we want to deal with bacteria, understanding that our gut is where a lot of bacteria resides. Our gut is 70% of our immune system. So we have to look at the soil the same way we look at our gut. The soil is, when it's healthy, it's full of lots of bacteria, lots of minerals. Same with our gut. When the soil isn't filled with bacteria and minerals, stuff doesn't grow in it. Stuff that does grow grows stunted. Right? So we want our bodies to be full of good bacteria. And these bacteria fight for our health. All right. So these bacteria are also can be looked at as enzymes. All right. Enzymes. Now, quercetin, let me see if that was on the list real quick. I don't know if quercetin was on this list, but yes, quercetin right here. And we talked about quercetin. We're going to get back to the bacteria here in a minute. I just wanted to bring up quercetin because it's on this list before we go to the enzymes. All right. Quercetin works in a similar manner, dealing with the spike protein, the same way ivermectin does. It goes at the spike protein and gets it off the cell. That's what we're looking for. We're looking to get that spike protein off the cell, things that are going to dislodge it from the cell so it can be neutralized and then removed from the body. So we're dealing with neutralizers right now. And when we spoke about quercetin last broadcast,
there's only one reason.
We had Dr. Nick on here. It's a flavonoid, antioxidant, deals with free radicals, deals with inflammation, allergies, blood pressure, cholesterol, immune system, cancer, and neurocognitive. All the benefits of quercetin. So I've been taking quercetin for probably a month now. And for those that don't know, I have significantly bad sinus allergies. So quercetin is good for any type of allergy. And what I notice is when I take the quercetin, I notice my sinuses clear up. The congestion, all that, my breathing, everything clears up. And also I have other allergies, food allergies that I'm noticing the quercetin seems to be clearing up. Now, the thing with quercetin is it also helps zinc get into the cell. So you need zinc with the quercetin to maximize the effect of zinc, which is said to go in the cell and kill parasites. And you also need things to break the quercetin down. Enzymes, which we're going to talk about, like bromelain, that help to break the quercetin down to be more bioavailable in the body. Okay. Vitamin C is great with quercetin to help quercetin also. Okay. So I'm just giving you a list of things. These are the must-have things, in my opinion, to have in your, herbal medicine regimen. Okay. The protocol. It's not something you take every day. It's a parasitical protocol. You do cycles on that. But dealing with the quercetin, it is a food source supplement. So you can take quercetin pretty much every day with the right amount. Something else that, again, you would have to take so much quercetin to get sick from taking it. I mean, you'd have to take pills and pills and pills and pills of it. So that's what we're going to deal with now. The stuff that you can take that's food-based, that's not running into any type of overdosing or anything like that, quercetin. Okay. We also have here another doctor.
Dr. McCullough, so he's just
what does Dr. McCullough say about detox people should take?
Thank you, Dr. McCullough. So he's just released some very, very important information. He's published a paper. Everyone needs to know about it. Dr. McCullough, please tell us what you've discovered and what people need to be doing right now.
Just like I brought the world the very first treatment protocol for and others also contributed, the McCullough protocol, yesterday I published the very first detoxification protocol for people who've had multiple rounds of or both, and that is to get the body to start to clear the out of its system. What we know is with the and with the surface protein on the which is very detrimental, it causes disease, causes blood clotting, tissue damage. It doesn't leave the body. The human body can't break it down. And what we've discovered is that 3 natural substances, in fact, aid the body in doing this, and we use them in combination because this is a difficult problem to treat. And they include, which is a derivative of the breakdown of soy, bromelain derived from the stems of pineapple, and curcumin derived from turmeric. Now here are the 2,000 units twice a day, bromelain 500 milligrams a day, and curcumin 500 milligrams twice a day. How long? About 3 to 12 months to detoxify the body. I've had enough experience with this in my clinic that I know that this will help. I can't make any therapeutic claims because large clinical trials have not been completed, but none are planned at this point in time, and we have to take action.
And the looking to come against doctors like these that are coming out with these natural remedies that are cheap, right? No mystery solution that doesn't have any ingredients that they'll give you what's in it to take against disease. These type of doctors are looking to arrest, shut down, cancel, call them quacks. Let's hear another video here. We're going to talk about the things he just listed that we should be taking.
The biggest response is, oh my God, I took the what do I do to protect myself from the aftermath? And you just gave a program that you're suggesting to people. Can you say it again, please?
Yeah, we have a major paper that's been accepted now for publication. Will come out. Base spike detox means it's a base of therapy. You can add other things to it, but we think it's necessary in everybody. We need 2 ways to degrade this, get it out of the body. First is nattokinase, N-A-T-T-O-K-I-N-A-S-E, 2,000 units twice a day. The second is bromelain, 500 milligrams once a day. They both degrade this in different ways. They accelerate the clearance of it together. And the last is something to reduce inflammation and damage. That is curcumin, either in the nano or liposomal form is fine. Curcumin, 500 milligrams twice a day. All of these are available over the counter. They are readily available. And I can tell you, people ought to get going on this because these syndromes, as we're finding out, are bad. Look at these cardiac arrests, major blood clots, people going down. It's because this is not being cleared out of the body. People can take control of their own bodies and get after this.
So let's break down what these ingredients are that Dr. McCullough is suggesting people take, as well as other doctors, because he said other doctors were in on this with him, to break this spike protein down, because that's what we're looking to do. Spike protein, the graphene oxide, the parasites, things that deal with parasites, that break them down and get them out of the body. He said nattokinase. Nattokinase is a fermented soybean. So when we're dealing with fermentation, we're dealing with bacteria. Okay? It's a bacteria or an enzyme that's breaking things down. Proteins. It's breaking proteins that are in the body. The spike protein is a protein. So we need things that actually break proteins down so that the spike protein is neutralized off the cell and can be detoxed out the body. Because then after we break it down, we have to detox it. So we're going to get to the detox at the end. Okay. So we have nattokinase. It's a proteolytic enzyme. Okay. So we're talking about enzymes. We're talking about bacteria. Okay. Bromelain. It's proteolytic as well. And it's anti-inflammatory and it's an coagulant, meaning it's going to break down the blood so the blood doesn't clot. Remember, a lot of people who took the what is happening? They're dying from blood clots. Okay, from the self-assembling is clotting the blood. For the people that aren't strong enough to deal with the change, the cyborg change, we need this stuff broken down in the body, even those that are being shed upon, even the stuff they're spraying in our skies, putting in our food and our water. We need to break this stuff down and detox it out the body. Curcumin, it comes from turmeric or turmeric, antiviral, anti-inflammatory, anti-fibrotic. All this stuff comes from food. So this is the type of stuff that you want as your medicine. Okay, you understand how it works. You understand how the body works. Okay, and then you can understand the things that you need to take to get rid of the stuff that's in your body. Okay, speaking of enzymes, because there's more enzymes. So we need to focus on the enzymes. You know, talked about, you know, whether you want to call it a drug or for animals or whatever, we have multiple ways to deal with the spike protein. So if you're opposed to dealing with the, we have enzymes. Here we have another doctor, Dr. Tim Harrigan, speaking about enzymes. Let's hear what he has to say about enzymes.
Hey everybody, it's Dr. Tim Harrigan. I want to talk to you for a minute about the most important thing in regards to supplementation and our health. Enzymes are the most important thing that we recommend to people, that I take for myself, that my family takes. Enzymes. You can get a lot of different information, different books out there, and I would recommend at least reading 2 different books on enzymes. These enzymes are more important than any vitamin or mineral that you've ever taken. Enzymes are kind of like the spark, the energy, the catalyst to chemical reactions, and why your minerals and vitamins are actually utilized in the body. So enzymes are so important, but we don't want to take digestive enzymes. We want to take food-based enzymes, comprehensive, full spectrum, where you're going to get every stage of breakdown of proteins, sugars, fats, lactose, gluten. These are all just macros that need to be broken down. They're the most powerful thing that we do with people. Now I want to talk about 3 different categories.
So this doctor is saying enzymes are the most important thing for your body, because he's saying without the enzymes, the processes in the body can't even work. So the vitamins, the minerals that your cells need, without the enzymes, your cells cannot utilize them in the way they need to. So you got to have the enzymes. Now our body does produce enzymes, but when we're dealing with sickness, there are things that the enzymes are going to come in and do, like the spike protein. These enzymes are going to dissolve, similar to autophagy and fasting. It's going to break this stuff down in the body. The spike protein, the parasites, the bad cells, all this stuff is being broken down. It'll even help break down food, but you don't take it with food. You take it on an empty stomach, so you want it to focus on things that are in the body, not necessarily for breaking down food. He's going to go into that in a moment. Okay, but these are bacteria. Enzymes are like bacteria in the body, or prebiotics or probiotics in the body. Okay, helping the body to perform its processes.
So we have metabolic enzymes, digestive enzymes, and then the food enzymes. That's what I'm talking about here. Don't run out and buy a digestive enzyme. Most of those have animal parts. Most of those have stomach acid or hydrochloric acid in them. Those are not the ones we want to supplement with, because my body produces those. I want to supplement with the ones that come from food, because those are essential. Remember, we rarely want to supplement with something that my body actually produces, or I'll shut down that production of it, okay? So let's talk about enzymes and healing. Whether it's it's a disc issue in your low back, a migraine, a sprained ankle, gut inflammation, all healing occurs with enzymes and ATP, okay, all healing. Most people are so deficient in enzymes, we're born with a certain bank account, and we're either withdrawing more enzymes or we're adding enzymes to that bank account throughout our life. So if I'm born with a deficient bank account, I run out even sooner, and that's when we get things like lactose intolerance, gluten sensitivities. We might get uric acid crystals that build up in our body, causing joint pain or arthritis. Everything is really around enzymes. If I'm deficient in enzymes and I don't have an abundant amount, when I heal a disc or a sprained ankle, for example, the enzymes rush down there to keep healing that area over whatever certain period of time it is. But every time you eat something, your body's number one priority is to actually absorb and assimilate your nutrients, right? Or we're not around very long. So when I eat a snack, the enzymes leave that sprained ankle, they leave that migraine, they leave that disc issue in my back. That area stops healing temporarily, typically for the next 2 to 4 hours while I digest that meal or snack. Now think of people that eat 3 to 6 times a day, or they're snacking throughout the day. You're literally taking enzymes away from your healing process. So when we flood the body with certain food enzymes, you don't take away from that.
So he's saying when you eat all the time, for those people that are eating and snacking all day long, which goes back to what we were saying about fasting, you take away from the body's ability to heal itself, okay? Because now the enzymes have to focus on breaking down all that food, digesting it, absorbing it, getting rid of it. You're taking away from your healing. So you have to be in a place of breakdown to heal. Fasting, imagine taking these enzymes while fasting. I can only imagine the power of just dealing with enzymes and fasting and how stuff's being broken down in your body and your body is healing and repairing itself.
Okay, so you'll heal 2 to 3 times faster if you flood the body with enzymes, things like proteolytic enzymes, a product we use called Recovery or Digestive Blend. So we want to keep those enzymes feeding our bank account, because when we have an injury, every time you eat, you're slowing down that injury. The healing process literally shuts down or slows down because we're not full of enzymes. We want an abundant amount. We want to supplement with food enzymes so that we create a bigger bank account. So I have less lactose intolerance. So I have less gluten sensitivities. So I have less blood sugar issues or uric acid issues. Flood the body with these food enzymes. It's so important in order for us to heal properly, which we're constantly doing. So we want to make sure we're giving our bodies everything we need to accelerate our healing throughout the day.
And this is exactly what is doing. Is an enzyme. It's a bacteria. It's going to go in there. It's going to eat up the proteins of the parasites, because all parasites are made of proteins. So it's eating up those proteins that eventually cause the parasite to die or be neutralized in the body. Now it becomes waste, and we're going to, again, get to that at the end, how to get this waste out of our body once we've broken it down. Even inflammation is proteins. So these enzymes, if you're dealing with a bunch of inflammation, these enzymes are going to go in and break down the protein bonds of that inflammation, and you're going to alleviate the inflammation in your body with these enzymes. We talked about NATO. Here we have Dr. Berg speaking about NATO here. We're going to talk about some of these enzymes. And then we're going to go into detoxing. Now that we're breaking this stuff down in our body, now we're going to focus on how do we get it out, get all this waste out of our body.
I want to talk about an amazing natural remedy for clotting. It's called nattokinase. This is an enzyme that comes from natto. Natto is a fermented soybean, but natto is a really good source of vitamin K2, which is also good to pull calcium buildup out of the arteries. So if you have this buildup in your arteries from fibrous tissue and it's stopping circulation going to your brain or your legs, and your legs are falling asleep or you have poor circulation, this could help you. Also, there's some positive effects for endometriosis because there's fibrous tissue in that condition, and pulmonary embolism, and also to potentially help with cirrhosis. So many people take it as an alternative to aspirin to lower the chance of getting a stroke because it will rid clots and even thin the blood. It's interesting that this one enzyme has so many cool effects for the heart and also the brain. It's neuroprotective, but for the heart, it's anti-thrombotic, so it prevents the formation of clotting. It's anti-hypertensive, so it's good for high blood pressure. It's anticoagulation, so it helps thin the blood so the blood is not so sticky and thick. And lastly, it's anti-atherosclerosis. So basically, it'll keep your arteries clean. Now, if you're on Coumadin or aspirin or some medication, check with your doctor before taking this. And lastly, check out the links down below of...
Okay, so that's Dr. Berg on NATO or NATO. We also have another enzyme, and we have another doctor, Dr. Mercola. Not to be confused with Dr. McCullough. And he's dealing with the enzyme known as serrapeptase. Let's hear what Dr. McCullough has to say about another proteolytic enzyme in serrapeptase.
Hi, this is Dr. McCullough. You probably know that many supplements come from plants or animals, but did you know that a really important one actually comes from insects? That supplement would be serrapeptase, which is a protein digesting enzyme that is also called a proteolytic enzyme. It's produced in the gut of newborn silkworms and allows them to escape from their cocoons. Now, unlike digestive enzymes, proteolytic enzymes like serrapeptase, lumbrokinase, and nattokinase aren't used to digest your food. Rather, you take them on an empty stomach, separate from food, so they can go to work breaking down proteins. Now, the primary way serrapeptase works in your body is by supporting an already healthy, normal inflammatory response. Studies show it's beneficial for supporting healthy airways, cognitive functions, blood flow, and comfortable mobility. Like lumbrokinase and nattokinase, serrapeptase breaks down fibrin, which is an insoluble protein that can put your health at risk. This fibrinolytic activity is what intrigues researchers most about serrapeptase. Our serrapeptase...
So, one thing that Dr. McCullough speaks about is that this enzyme comes from the gut of a silkworm. So what we're seeing here is the healing coming from the bacteria in the soil, in the same way how we have bacteria in our gut. Animals have bacteria in their gut. When you look at compost, for instance, compost, the reason compost is so great for plant growth is because the compost has a lot of bacteria from the cow's gut that allow the plant to thrive and grow. Same with earthworm castings. It's the bacteria from the gut of the earthworm, along with the minerals, that's allowing the plant to grow. So when we look at life, we look at bacteria, okay? Plants, animals, people. We need the proper bacteria and enzymes. The problem is our soil is depleted of the bacteria and the enzymes and the minerals that allow us to be healthy. So we now have to supplement to get these things in us. He also mentioned another enzyme, and this is the enzyme I would recommend from my research to be the most effective. Natto comes from soy, and anybody that's familiar with soy knows that there are a lot of different things that come from soy products that can be harmful. I don't know how much with natto. It may not be significant enough, but I typically try to steer clear of soy products. Well, let's hear where lumbrokinase comes from, and let's hear its healing power and potential.
Hi, this is Dr. McCullough, and did you know that your body makes a protein called fibrin? If your body has too much of this protein, it can negatively impact your heart, brain, and muscle health by affecting blood flow to your arteries and connective tissue. Fortunately, there's a very simple, easy strategy to address excess fibrin in your body. You can use special proteolytic enzymes. Now, a proteolytic means simply that the enzyme breaks down protein. But more specifically, these enzymes are known as fibrinolytic enzymes, which means they break down the protein fibrin.
So doesn't it only make sense, family, if we're dealing with a spike protein, which is a protein, that we would use proteolytic enzymes, which means enzymes that break down protein to get rid of the spike protein in the body, right? That's what these doctors are using to find great effectiveness for the detox and shedding symptoms that people are dealing with, and keeping people who are already healthy, keeping their immune system strong to defend against any encounter with the parasites.
Now, in case you're wondering, fibrin is the American way to pronounce it, and fibrin is the British version, and both pronunciations are correct. Now, fibrinolytic enzymes can help you enjoy optimal blood flow, along with heart, brain, and muscle health. They can also aid you in feeling more energetic and more comfortable during vigorous activities.
So, where does lumbrokinase come from? Somebody may say, well, where is this found in nature? Well, lumbrokinase comes from earthworms. So we're dealing with earthworms again. Bacteria, or an enzyme coming from earthworms, which earthworms are the reason our soil is filled with bacteria to this day. So you're getting that enzyme from the earthworm, the bacteria, which is said to be, I think he goes into it here. He may tell you how powerful, much more powerful this enzyme is than the others. Let's see here.
Now, our lumbrokinase enzymes are a unique blend of fibrinolytic enzymes from real earthworms. Now, compared that to other proteolytic enzymes like nattokinase and serrapeptidase, the fibrinolytic activity of lumbrokinase is, get this, up to 300, yes, 300 times stronger and more potent. And there is no uncertainty with our lumbrokinase enzyme because we provide you
300 times more potent of an enzyme than natto or serrapeptase. And so that's why I say, because of its more effectiveness and because it's not coming from soy, that's the enzyme I would suggest that I say is the best, right? You may experiment with all of them, serrapeptase, natto, and lumbro. But we also have another proteolytic enzyme, bromelain. Okay, and which is a little bit different than the others because it comes from food. It comes from the pineapple, so it's a little bit different than the natto and the serrapeptase and the lumbro. So to me, you kind of want to probably use a lot of these different enzymes because they're all going to work differently. You may find which maybe one works better for you than the others. But let's talk about, because this is what Dr. McCullough said was part of the detox, was the natto, the bromelain, and the curcumin. Let's hear this here.
Bromelain. Bromelain is an enzyme derived from pineapples that has been suggested as an anti-inflammatory and has anti-inflammatory effect.
Again, when you're talking about disease, you're talking about inflammation. So you want things that is going to break down and get the inflammation out of our bodies.
It's found in pineapples. There's some justification for eating pineapple. A clinical study published in 2002, the Journal of Clinical Drug Investigation found that bromelain supplementation reduced swelling and improved symptoms in patients with acute knee injuries. If you had an injury, your swelling was down, that's from pineapples. Bromelain is great combined with quercetin.
And so there it is, quercetin, right? You team it with quercetin, it makes quercetin more effective. And then you team quercetin with zinc, which makes the zinc more effective, right? And you may just find using that supplement alone may be all you need because it has those three things in it as far as these enzymes, minerals, and for the spike protein, right?
That's 500 to 2,000 milligrams. That leads to a synergistic effect of better blood flow, antioxidant, immune health, and wound healing.
Okay, and so we're getting close to the end here. Because now we're seeing what breaks down the spike protein, what's breaking down this crap that's in our bodies that's shouldn't be in there. The whatever type of parasite, synthetic or biological, right? The heavy metals, the graphene, get this stuff out of our body. So I have an article here. You all will get this, talking about bromelain enzyme, telling you what it does, blood circulation, heart health, breathing conditions for those who are having trouble breathing, anti-inflammatory, implicated in improved immunity. So now let's talk about, now that we're breaking this stuff down, we're going to wrap it up here. How do we now get this stuff out of our bodies that's been broken down, that's in our bodies as waste? The parasites, we don't want dead parasites floating around in our bodies. We want to get this stuff out. Okay. When we go to the bioweapon detox document that we spoke about earlier, and for time, I had to cut a lot of this stuff down. I wanted to go into so much more, but we'll save it for next broadcast. We have N-acetylcysteine, which is also called NAC or NAC for short. What is N-acetylcysteine or NAC? As one of the things that, and this is Dr. Artis who put this document together. Okay, Dr. Artis, as well as other doctors, multiple doctors put this one together of different things we can try. NAC. What is NAC? And what does it do? What is it going to do for our bodies? Here we have Dr. Nick again talking about 5 amazing facts about NAC you didn't know. Let's check it out here real quick.
These are the surprising benefits of N-acetylcysteine that nobody's ever told you about. Hey Wellness Warrior, I'm Dr. Nick Zarowski, and N-acetylcysteine has some incredible ability to transform your health. It's inexpensive and can be used right in the comfort of your home. So we're going to talk about not only these benefits you've never heard of, but also how it decreases the #1 cause of death. But let's first start with antioxidant production. This is very important because when you boost antioxidants in your body, what you're essentially going to do is protect your tissues from being damaged. The way that you're going to use N-acetylcysteine to accomplish this is when you take N-acetylcysteine, it boosts the master, most important antioxidant in your body known as glutathione. And when you boost glutathione, it's going to help protect you from disease. It's going to have an anti-aging component to it, but also it's going to help keep your cells healthy. We need this glutathione at a healthy level in order to actually, as I mentioned, protect your tissues and be healthy on the inside. So we're going to get that antioxidant production from NAC, and then it's also going to help nourish our brains. This is really interesting because NAC is going to help balance a neurotransmitter known as glutamate. Now, when glutamate starts to increase and glutathione starts to decrease or become depleted in the body, you can actually start to develop a lot of different brain conditions like schizophrenia, obsessive compulsive disorder, and even bipolar disorder. And this is the thing that's so wild about brain health, is when your brain health starts to decrease, then a lot of mental or mood conditions start to arise. And so when we look at nourishing our brain, NAC is going to help decrease anxiety. It's going to help decrease depression, all while improving cognitive performance and memory and protecting you from Alzheimer's. So if we look at NAC, it has some really good benefits to nourishing your brain and keeping your brain healthy. And I don't know about you, but I am always worried about keeping my brain healthy.
And remember, the parasite or the demons, when we were looking earlier, what do? They attack the brain. They cause anxiety. Well, NAC deals with all that. All right, brain health. Antioxidant, meaning anything that's in the blood that is harmful, like a free radical, is going to deal with that too. So it's dealing with stuff in the blood and it's protecting your cells from the spike protein damage.
You know, Alzheimer's has been in my family history, so therefore it's something that I'm always thinking, how can I protect myself against this? Let's look at blood sugar now. This is another thing that I'm concerned about. Now, most patients I work with have blood sugar instability. If you look down and you see a belly, well, you probably have it too. But there's some good things that you can do and easy things that you can do. And it's not all just about your diet. It's not all just about, did I eat sugar? Did I not eat sugar? Sure, that's very important if you want to get your blood sugar under control, but there's another factor. And here's a secret to somebody who overcomes type 2 diabetes or insulin resistance quickly and somebody who takes a very long time to overcome it. If you only focus on cutting sugar out of your diet, though that's a very important piece to it, you're missing one component, and that is decreasing inflammation. And this is where NAC can be very powerful, because when you take NAC and it focuses on decreasing inflammation through that master antioxidant glutathione that we talked about up here, essentially it's going to help heal the cell receptor so that you can more effectively get sugar into the cell and you start healing insulin resistance. So this is where it can really support decreasing your blood sugar and stabilizing it. Very powerful stuff. Now, how is it going to decrease the #1 cause of death? Well, it's going to decrease oxidative stress. And by decreasing oxidative stress in your body, you're reducing your risk of heart disease and stroke, which is the #1 killer of people prematurely. A lot of people say, well, Dr. Zarowski, you're healthy. You don't have to worry about this stuff. No, I think about this stuff because I have so many family members, and I'm sure that you do too, who have struggled from things like this, or brain issues, or even dying very young. I could list probably 4 people that I have known personally that have died in their 50s from a heart-related cardiovascular condition. So what you're seeing here is that NAC is very good for cardiovascular health. One of the other things it's going to do is it's going to increase something called nitric oxide in the body. What you really need to know about that is it actually improves blood flow. And this is very important for somebody who's going to have good, healthy cardiovascular system. Now, I want to talk about the safety aspect of it, right? Because whenever we talk about these very simple, inexpensive things, one of the things that you'll hear a lot of naysayers start to talk about, like NAC, for instance, is, oh, well, you got to be careful of the side effects. The side effects of NAC are slim to none. These same people that will try to scare you about N-acetylcysteine, they'll go and recommend a pharmaceutical that has 50 different devastating side effects to it. So when we look at the side effects of N-acetylcysteine, it's things like gastrointestinal distress if you take a lot of it. And that's like almost anything. Eat too much salt, you're gonna have gastrointestinal distress. Too much vitamin C, gastrointestinal distress. Too much magnesium, I mean, the list goes on. Of course, we don't want to take too much of it. And then the other thing that it could potentially do is it could potentially thin your blood. This is a good thing in a lot of cases, unless you're taking a blood thinner medication. But overall, the safety of it is incredible. It's inexpensive. And so what I'll do is I'll put a link in the description below to the NAC that I use in my own clinic, the NAC that I use personally. So you can check that out, read further on it. I really support you educating yourself, just like you're doing right here, watching this video, so that you can make informed decisions in your health. Educate yourself on it and see not only the benefits here that I mentioned, but all the other benefits that I didn't mention when you read that article.
And you know what's funny, family, is I don't know if too many people are aware, but during the lockdown, I think it was 2021, you had the FDA was looking to ban NAC from being sold from like Amazon and, you know, distributors selling it because they were looking to make it a prescription drug. They were talking about, oh, it's got all these side effects, yada, yada, yada. None of this before 2020 and what happened with the lockdown, before they started talking about. So NAC, all these things were fine until 2020, and people started using them, and now it became a problem, and they were trying to shut them down. The same way how they were trying to shut people down and cancel them that were talking about this kind of stuff. All N-acetylcysteine is a amino acid. Okay, it's an essential amino acid, meaning our body needs it. Our body doesn't make it, it needs it. Okay, N-acetyl means they just made it in a more stable and usable form for you to be able to absorb it. Okay, so, you know, for them to deem it a prescription medication now, or something that has all these side effects, you have, oh, it's for horses, it's for cows, it's for animals, right? But then they'll test the on mice, haven't tested it on people, which they always test their medication on animals, and then say, oh, but you can take that. And we haven't tested it on people. Right? So people are animals, okay? Yeah, there's difference, okay? But typically, if something is okay for animals, it's okay for people. For the people that are out there like, oh, why does it say horse pace? Or why does it say for animals? Like, you know, you just can't get caught up in all that. You have to research and understand what it is, because they're looking to keep you from something that's going to help you. That's why they're putting all these restrictions. But you can go right now and get your free and together. Notice I said free. This stuff we're talking about isn't free. You're not going to get this stuff anywhere free, okay? Unless you win something, unless you win a sweepstakes or a raffle or something. All right. So these are the questions that people have to start, or things that people have to start telling themselves. But real quick, so this is going to also help detox. Real quick on the NAC. It's going to help with inflammation, blood clots, stroke, here we have it here in the bioweapon detox. It says here, N-acetylcysteine is a dietary supplement and medication that contains a modified form of the amino acid cysteine. It is used for a variety of medical conditions, including respiratory conditions, big time. A lot of people dealing with respiratory issues, liver diseases, and mental health disorders. They even actually use this in hospitals when somebody is overdosed on certain drugs. They'll use this to help detox the liver. It says NAC is a precursor to glutathione, a powerful antioxidant that helps to protect cells against damage from reactive oxygen species like parasites. All right, those are parasites. And it's said to be the most powerful antioxidant, glutathione. By increasing glutathione levels, NAC may help to reduce inflammation and oxidative stress in the body. Okay. In addition to its antioxidant properties, NAC has been shown to have other potential health benefits. For example, it may help to thin mucus in the respiratory tract, making it easier to cough up and clear out. So now if you're dealing with the mucus, you know, all in your lungs and coughing and trying to get the mucus out, it's going to thin that up and help clear that up so it can come out and get rid of it. It's breaking stuff down and getting rid of it in the body. It has also been studied as a potential treatment for mental health disorders such as depression and addiction. So it can even help with addiction. So all these things are attacking demons, parasites. All right, lastly here, as we round up, we have an article here, Heavy Metal Detox. How do we get this stuff out of our body? And when I talk about detox, I like to talk about foods that are detoxifying. So when you come down here, here are the foods that are going to help detox stuff out of your body. You have cilantro, garlic, wild blueberries, lemon water, spirulina, chlorella, barley grass juice powder, Atlantic dulce, curry, green tea, tomatoes, probiotics or bacteria or enzymes. Okay, going to help detox the body. Heavy metals, poisons, pathogens are going to grab this stuff out of your body and pull it out. And what I wanted to show here was this right here. This image here of the different detoxifying foods. You have what you would have like your everyday detox type foods, which are like your blueberries, parsley, apple. Then you have your more, a little bit more, I would say, deeper detox foods like your chlorella and your spirulina. Still, you could still take them daily. And the reason I believe that these are the two best when it comes to getting stuff out of your body is because they have a lot of amino acids and a lot of minerals. The reason I don't recommend activated charcoal daily because activated charcoal is pulling everything out of your body. So activated charcoal is more so if you're doing like a deep detox, like a 3-day or a 7-day or a 14-day or a month. You're doing a deep detox to get stuff out of the body, and then you got to get off of it, and you got to start to get the minerals back in it. So spirulina and chlorella, you don't have to worry about that. And they're going to give you minerals and vitamins. And it said that you can actually live off chlorella and spirulina because they're going to give you all the amino acids you need, so many minerals, so many vitamins. You can live off it by itself. Bentonite clay, I still have to do some more research. I know bentonite clay can have minerals in it, but you have to be careful where these two are sourced from because these two are super at pulling stuff. So if these things are actually sourced from a arsenic or mercury or aluminum, any type of harmful metal area, they can actually contain a lot of harmful stuff because they're so good at pulling. So you have to make sure it's food grade, it's good source, which is pretty much for any food. If any food, I mean, even spirulina and chlorella, you don't want to get it from a place where it's not sourced well or it's going to absorb it into itself, and you'll be taking it. All right. But these two are more so for deep detoxes. But the rest, green tea, you can take those as a daily detox. That stuff it's going to help get the dead parasites and the waste out of your body. Okay. And what I like to do, I have a green juice I like to drink. Let me see if I can pull it up here real quick. I'll show you what I do. I like to buy a green juice. Some of you may have heard of Evolution, but I typically buy the green juice here, the big one, and I try to drink it every other day, and I add spirulina and chlorella to it. It has celery, cucumber, spinach, romaine, kale, lime, and parsley. So this already is detoxifying it by itself. But then when you add the spirulina and chlorella, you're just getting more. You're getting amino acids. So I try to drink the big one a week, every other day, maybe 6 ounces. And that helps flush stuff out and get the minerals and vitamins in. As you can see here, it's an excellent source of vitamin K. Let me see here. We also have this video here real quick. We'll watch a few minutes, and then I'm going to show you all where you can get some of the stuff that we talked about tonight.
Hi, folks. Dr. Bob McCauley. Chlorella with netokinase in tablet form. Well, I am the biggest proponent of chlorella and spirulina probably in the country. I've been promoting it for 25 years. I found out about it about 25 years ago when I started taking it, and I've taken some every single day since. I never miss it.
Don't forget your medicine.
And then I put it together with all sorts of other herbal extracts, bacopa, ashwagandha, brown seaweed extract, which is kelp. You get the iodine because, spirulina and chlorella have no iodine whatsoever. I put together with turmeric. That's one of my more popular ones. As I said, bacopa, mucuna. Another one's chlorella and spirulina with CGF or chlorella growth factor, so it's highly concentrated. chlorella with vitamin C, chlorella we're coming out with vitamin D. This is another one we did, chlorella with nattokinase. Now, a few years ago, I heard about nattokinase about 5 years ago. It's an absolutely amazing nutrient. It's an enzyme. It's a systemic enzyme, and it comes from a food that's called natto. Yeah, this kind of sticky, disgusting stuff called natto. It's really ugly. So this is nattokinase. Anytime you see an A's on the end, you know that's an enzyme. So this is nattokinase. Nattokinase is a systemic enzyme, such as serrapeptase. That's a systemic enzyme, so like a system enzyme, if you can think of it. We got two different types of enzymes: digestive enzymes that digest our food, and systemic enzymes that do everything else throughout the body. So these are like little robots going out throughout the body. And what nattokinase does better than any other enzyme in the world that we consume is remove fibrin from the body. Fibrin is a protein that is regulated in blood clotting, and if you get too much of this fibrin throughout your body, you know, you have excessive blood clots, you have thick blood, and so your blood pressure goes up. So nattokinase is really great for lowering blood pressure naturally. High blood pressure or hypertension, you know, the most common disease out there. I always tell you should take your arms and breathe in very slowly and expand the lungs and get your blood out to the capillaries, and that'll help relieve the blood pressure in your body. High blood pressure or hypertension, absolutely the most common disease you're going to find out there.
So basically what this, I believe this is a doctor, is saying is that he has a natto product with chlorella and spirulina, because basically what happens is the natto is breaking down the bad stuff in your body. The chlorella and spirulina come in and actually cleanse and get rid of the waste that the natto is breaking down. All right. So we've talked about key supplements. We have our dear Elder AHAYAH, his website. A lot of the stuff that we're talking about you can get from his website. You have the quercetin here with zinc and bromelain. Okay, so if you type in quercetin, there it is. Good price, $26. Gives you a month's supply. And it tells you everything it does. What else does he have? We talked about tonight. Talk about gut health. Also has the, where is it? Unless it's gone, let me. Health starts in the gut. Digestive enzymes. Okay, so you have your bromelain in there. You also have some of these other enzymes. You also have some probiotics, other enzymes. See that? Lactobacillus acidophilus, right? These are enzymes. They also bacteria, but this is what you need in your body. So some of the things we talked about, and then you also have the for the detox, to get the stuff out once you've broken it down. You have this particular max detox, but the one I was really looking at was the, here's your chlorella. There goes your chlorella. You have moringa. Moringa is good too, but it was the one I'm looking for has a lot in it. Let me see if I can find it here. I know sometimes his stuff sells out, so it may not be on here right now, but let me see. Do a search for it. Yeah, it's the green superfood powder. So the green superfood powder has a lot of the detox. It's got the spirulina, barley grass, alfalfa herb, wheatgrass, wheat sprout powder, barley seed malt extract, chlorella powder, beetroot, dulce, and it's got the bacteria in it. It's got the enzymes also in it. It's got the prebiotics. It has herbs, milk thistle, astragalus, grapeseed. So this would be what you would take for like your detox as you're looking to get the stuff. And this is something you could take every day. It's not going to be too harsh where it's pulling a lot of stuff out. It's going to be detoxing and putting stuff back in. So just giving you some examples just so people can know where to get some of this stuff at. Or you can, whatever works best for you, whatever works best for you. Maybe you have allergies or maybe it's something you're looking for that's not in it, or the price, who knows. But wanted to give you all that. And so much more we wanted to cover tonight. But we will leave that for the next broadcast. What we didn't cover tonight, we'll pick up there. But hopefully, we have a clear understanding of the correlation between demons and parasites. We understand the attack that's on our bodies, our health right now. The Holy Spirit is within us. It's an attack on the Holy Spirit. She is also oxygen, our breath. She's the breath of life. Our lungs are under attack. Our minds are under attack. Our mental health. She's wisdom. Also our hearts, right? All these things, if they're not healthy, then, we're not here to live. So hopefully giving you brothers and sisters the powerful tools, medicines, herbs to contend and withstand in these last days against the specters as well as the Shedim. Serious attack we're under right now. And we will continue to talk about the different things with health, if it be the Most High's will going forward. And I pray you brothers and sisters were edified with the information. And thank you for bearing with me through the tardiness and, causing us to go over and compensate for the time we lost at the beginning of the broadcast tonight. So a lot going on in the world. We have to continue to stay focused, stay disciplined, continue to fight for our health. It's each and every one of our responsibility to know our bodies, to research the things that are out there when it comes to good health, that we're putting in the time for that. Nobody knows our bodies better than us. If you don't know your body, that's a problem. If you don't know how the body works, if you don't know the things that we need to put in our body, how to eat, okay, all that matters, especially in a very toxic environment where the food chain is super poison and not even really food that we have here in America. And in most instances, not even, you wouldn't even qualify or classify it as food. So we're just here to kind of help brothers and sisters, to give them a little bit to get them started, hopefully provide some inspiration and some motivation to do your own due diligence, to seek your own salvation and all this. So that is the conclusion. And I pray you brothers and sisters enjoy the rest of your Sabbath. Continue to stay on the righteous path. Continue to stay armored up Until next time here for Friday Night Sabbath, coming out of Babylon for the Gathering of Christ Church, we will see you, brothers and sisters, next time. Shabbat Shalom.